I will call this full authority board meeting for Wednesday, November 21st, 2018 to order at approximately 9:36. Welcome board members and welcome to the members in the audience. I'll remind board members at this time to turn your devices to silent or mute, or better yet, just turn them off. And I'd also like to remind everyone in the meeting that it is being recorded and or live streamed. The first item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. I will ask the board if there's any additions of items. Any additions? I do have one, and I don't see it on the agenda, and that's to accept the Auditor General's report. Or to receive, sorry, to receive the Auditor General's report. Is it on there, Lisa? Do we know? No? Okay, so I would ask a member to move that then, to receive the Auditor General's report. Moved by member Kasperset, second by member Maloney. And we will add that. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. I will poll the board one more time. Yep. Question? So at this time, it's to receive the Auditor General's report. Our comments are captured in the Auditor General's report. When it does come to the floor, at that time, Member Beattie, if you'd like to raise some other issue, we'll be more than happy to entertain at that time. This is just simply to, well, we haven't had a board meeting yet since the Auditor General's report came out, so this is the first opportunity. Okay. There you go. Any other additions to the agenda? Seeing none, any changes in order? Seeing none, I would ask for approval of the agenda. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? The agenda as amended, moved by Member Timms, seconded by Member Joyner. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you, members. Okay. Declarations of conflict of interest. I'll put that on the floor at this time. Are there any members that would like to declare a conflict of interest? Any members? Seeing none, the first presentation and or delegation is the Thanksgiving Festival 2018. Adam, you'll be making this delegation. Ask you to come to the podium then. Welcome, Adam. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, I just want to start off some of the details of our event. So the 44th Balls Falls Thanksgiving Festival was held over 4 days at Balls Falls Conservation Area in Jordan, Ontario. This event is targeted to local families with the intent to engage the guests in a homecoming tradition. Guests were encouraged to enjoy the natural setting of the conservation area while browsing for unique wares, sampling delectable food choices, and enjoying local music talents. The goal of the event is to engage more than 25,000 guests over the course of the weekend, while targeting a total revenue gain of over $115,000. And proud to say, once again, the event was successful in accomplishing those goals. So we also, I'm going to, a lot of stuff I'm going to talk about kind of we're new for this year. So the first time we had our brand new drone. We took some drone footage of this year. This is a picture it looks like on the Friday, which was cool to have. Our communications team did a fantastic job rebranding, creating a brand new website. Rebrand, you can see it's already ready to go for the 45th in 2019. Brand new branding. Much more user-friendly, and we're really happy with it. For the vendor selection process, we kind of did an overhaul this year, and we created an actual scorecard. So we had Experience, quality, uniqueness, saleability, and festival fit were the categories, and our newly formed festival vendor committee used this scorecard. We did every single vendor that applied. We did a proper score and kept it proper for full transparency. This is a picture of us going through all 300 vendors that applied with the proper scorecard. Also new was our vendor appreciation dinner. So we always had it up here, but with a new partnership that we've had with Calamus Winery, we had a fantastic vendor dinner up there. They did a great job. I know it was a tad chilly, but we got a lot of positive feedback from the. Was it a bit cold? We did a brand new festival map this year. Our GIS team did an excellent job helping with us and created a brand new design. We even had an app designed for the festival this year that when you were down there at the festival, you could have your phone out and your GPS could show you where you were compared to all the different vendors and show where you needed to go to see the vendors you wanted. So we really feel like we've modernized the event a bit. So get into the artisan vendors. This continues to be the biggest part of the festival. So 147 vendors, 23 different artistic categories. And as you can see from this slide here, the balance that we try to keep with all the different categories. Besides the unique edibles and gourmet foods, which is the country market, there's a real nice balance we have. I think we got some suggestions for next year. I think maybe a little bit more Christmas decor. We had a lot of people asking for booths in that category, so that might be something we look at for the 45th annual. Concession vendors, we did the same type of setup as last year. I thought it worked really well, keeping everybody facing the main traffic areas for, we want everybody to go by and smell the food and be able to see it. I think it worked out really well. We did have suggestions of maybe looking at doing things a bit different next year. I think with the new fad of more of a healthy eating, it might be worth putting in some type of more vegetarian option, maybe something that has a little bit more to capitalize on that trend. Beer and wine, we kept with the same thing as last year as well. We had Flat Rock and Taz Winery and Bench Brewery and Silversmith. Went really well again. We were down, as you can see from this slide, about 16%, but I think you'll see in a later slide, it was just completely contributed to about 2,000 less in admission. Farmers Market, once again, this is the 4th year we did it with the pilot project with the Ontario government allowing VQA wines to be sold in the Farmers Market. So we had a nice mixture of VQA wines and Farmers Market, and I think it's a real nice addition to the north side of the property. So this was kind of, we got some good vendor feedback that I included in here just to kind of show everybody how well the vendors enjoyed the event. So in the top left corner, I know it's tough to see, but the question was, were the customers at the festival your preferred target market? And almost the majority of them said yes. So that was a good sign. In the top right was overall satisfaction. The majority saying either satisfied or very satisfied. Bottom right was how would you rate the value for money, which again, the majority saying excellent to good. And in the bottom left, would you apply for next year? And you can see almost all of them said yes. Historical Village, I think it's extremely important. I think this is the one thing that really separates us in this event from being just a craft show. So, it provides a unique historical setting with educational tours and demonstrations. All the historical buildings were open to the customers all weekend long. Tours included the Ball Home and Fairchild Cabin. Demonstrations were done in the grist mill, which was fully operating. The team did a great job in there. Actually sold out all the flour this year, as along with the blacksmith cabin and the display barn, which the hand weavers do an excellent job every year doing that. So it's something really, really unique to other craft shows that really separates us, I believe. Entertainment. So once again, we partnered with, this was the second year we partnered with Country 89 to help us run the stage. And I think it went really well again. The couple of changes we did, even though it's Country 89, we added a little bit more a variety of music, not just country this year. And also, we decided that in the last 2 hours of each day, we wanted a 4-piece band to kind of lively up the atmosphere a little bit, create more of a livelier atmosphere, I guess, same thing. Family-friendly tips. So again, with the theme of trying to make this more than just a craft show, trying to keep something for every family member, including kids. So again, we did the bouncy castles. We had face painting again. We added Kelvin's Magic. For those of you that were there, We saw everybody walking around with like a fake inflatable pet. That was them, so that was obviously popular. The pony rides continue to be good, and we were able to get the Sky Hunters back. We didn't have them last year due to a medical issue, but we had them back, and they're always a big hit as well. And the community engagement team added a kids out fishing vendor, which was worked out really well as well. So there's a lot of stuff for kids. So again, this goes into the volunteers and staff. I can't say enough. I could go on and on. If this event does not happen, it could not happen without our staff, our volunteers, our board members help out. It just cannot happen. We had over 125 volunteers contributing to a total of 1,600 hours. Individuals, local community groups, and with the main ones being the Niagara Antique Power Association, who do a fantastic job in the historical village. I'm going to talk about the Eco Defenders in the next slide. Bruce Trail Club's there, the Niagara Handweavers and Spinners that are in the display barn, the Niagara Remedial Action Plan, Nano Nally was there all days, and Niagara Region Native Center. All the volunteers just do a fantastic job. We can't do it without it, and there's no words to describe how appreciative we are of them. I personally, every year I do this, I want to give their own slide to the Eco Defenders. I've been there. I know what they do. It's absolutely incredible. They cannot be thanked enough. They were able to give us their report at the end of the festival that showed that they reduced the garbage and waste down to 12,000 pounds. It's insane. We do need to find a way to help them out a little bit more next year. I know it's tough trying to get volunteers to do that job, but anything we can do, we have to find a way. Marketing communications. So we spent about $15,000 that was spent on advertising, marketing, and promotion efforts for the 2018 festival. Radio advertising included with Giant FM, Country 89, Easy Rock, 610, and Hits FM. We had print ad in the Turtle News Indigenous newspaper. Social media played a key role in promoting the event with several advertising posts. We had a new and fresh design that kind of went with the theme of the website. I know the communication department were excited that they got on the 30 things to do on the Narcity. I guess that was a big deal. And they had a lot of other things. On site, we had CHC News. We had come to site and talked at live interviews. So we had a lot of good media interaction. So missions and financials. So for those of you that were there, to get down, we had some really unfortunate poor weather for the Saturday and Sunday, which was too bad because, as you can see, we had the highest admission on Monday and Friday that we've had since 2000. It's also noted that on the Friday, we had the highest Friday since 2000, but also not nearly as many seniors. So I don't know if there's a new trend there that's going on. And maybe we've created the full family atmosphere now that is not just seniors on Friday. But I think it's also important to see here that by looking at this, that even with such poor weather on the Saturday, Sunday, this event is still sustainable. You know, when you come to outdoor events, there's a lot of risk if things don't go up, it's poor weather. And I think we show even on the Saturday, Sunday, when it pretty much rained all day, we still had over 4,000 people show up. So we were down from the previous years, but you can see the total, the average since 2000. Even with 2 days of very poor weather, we were still up about 500 admission since from the average since 2000. The total revenue will be, we're still finalizing a few things that are coming in, and expenses are still some being paid, but it'll be a total revenue of close to $220,000, and we estimate a total net revenue of $120,000. So we had a post-mortem meeting of the event, and this is our festival committee recommendations that we want to share. One of them is, have our vendors become maybe a bit too high-end, and is it worth putting in some vendors that maybe are more affordable? The concession vendors I kind of mentioned before, but maybe adding a vegetarian option, maybe more a healthy food concession option. New gatehouses. We definitely want to do the first look coming into the festival right now. We're certainly not proud of. You come down, we have it's not a great look, so we're hoping to improve that. With the new apps and the new things that we're doing, we hope to improve the internet down there, down in the main area. We think that's something to continue to modernize the event. Recruit more volunteers. As much as volunteers we had, we can always strive more to help out the Eco Defenders and the other things we do. And then once we have the more volunteers, it's important to be able to treat them well. It's very difficult with one meal cart for all the volunteers to be able to get to everybody because they're just scattered throughout the park. Maybe adding 2 meal carts to be able to show our appreciation to them a little bit more. Sixth Avenue continues and will still always be an issue. We've started brainstorming already of ways to fix that issue, but just a way to reduce. There was still way too much traffic, especially on the Monday where there's just over 7,000 people throughout the park. We cannot have that much traffic going down Sixth Avenue. So one of the suggestions is to reroute the buses so that they never cross the main traffic area. It's logistically difficult to do that, but we have been in talks and trying to figure out a way of doing it. And then the main thing with that many people coming in on Monday, allowing more people, more cars to get in and out easily. I know there was people saying they waited 45 minutes to get in. It's a great problem to have if you're us, because it's so busy and obviously we're so popular. But being able to find a way, maybe adding a second entrance, I think will help out the festival a lot. So just to sum things up, the purpose of this event is to provide a warm, welcoming family atmosphere for people of all ages to enjoy the natural beauty and surroundings of Balls Falls Conservation Area, host more than 25,000 patrons over the course of a weekend, and run a profitable event while creating awareness of the NPCA's and NPCF's programs, projects, and functions. I want to just give a quick thanks to our sponsors that we had this year. Calamus Estate Winery that hosted the dinner, did a fantastic job. Country 89, of course. The Culligan Water, Niagara, that replaced the water truck this year, that donated all that water for us, which was awesome. And of course, Giant FM and the Printing House, which helped us with the programs. And once again, thank all the staff, the volunteers, my festival committee, all the board members that helped out. Certainly, we couldn't have done it without you. Thanks.
Thanks, Adam, for the presentation. And what I'm hearing is it's overwhelmingly good news.
Yeah.
So stay at the podium. I'm going to open it up to questions or comments from the board members. Any questions or comments for Adam or with respect to Thanksgiving Festival? Member Joyner.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you for the presentation. Although I didn't hear it this year, I've heard it in past years. How is the accessibility parking? Do we have enough spots for accessible parking?
Adam?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Accessible parking we've really mastered now. So this whole center parking lot up here is completely for wheelchair accessible. And we have buses running constantly, wheelchair accessible buses that pick them up here and take them down to the main festival area, drop them off, and then pick them back up and bring them back up here.
Thank you for that response, Adam. Adam, is this the first year for that or the second year?
No, I believe we've been doing that for about 3 or 4 years now.
Okay, so perhaps the people that needed the accessible parking just didn't know about this up here, because I didn't hear about any issues with that this year. So good job.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Joyner. Member Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to congratulate Adam and your committee and your group for an excellent event. I drove by and saw the lineup and considered the wait. And so there was clearly a very popular event, and the backups around the traffic trying to get into the parking spots was an indication of how popular it was. One thing, I think we have, this photograph shows what we did to try and accommodate that parking. We acquired a significant amount of property to accommodate this parking. Just wonder if you could remind us because I think this is the field that we bought. We had used over the years, but we finally were able to add it to the park.
Yeah. So you can see sorry, through you, Chair, so you can see through this picture here, this is the lease field, and this is the parking on the Monday. So you can see it is completely maxed out. We have enough parking in the lease field. It's not so much the lack of parking, it's being able to get people in and out quickly. It's the 6th, it's the 7th Avenue, it's 21st, it's being able to get in and out is the issue. The actual parking availability, that's not the problem.
Okay, my question was about the field. Do we own the field now?
Yes, so that's the lease field that we own, yes.
I know, you say lease field, it sounds like we're leasing it. So
we just call it that. We should probably call it something else.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. And then the results over the years, that chart, I see that the numbers go up and down a bit. It might be helpful in the future if you could add sort of the weather conditions across the top of that chart, because I think that's always the predictor of what the attendance is going to be in a particular day. It goes up and down according to the weather. So that might be helpful to explain the differences. And finally, a comment to Calamus Estates that offering that event up there creates a much stronger partnership with our neighbor. And I'm glad that that happened this year. I understand the temperature, it was a chilly room, but very warm-hearted people in it. And it sounded like a great success from every vendor that I've talked to.
They've promised complete doors for next year. So will be no issues.
Will be better for next year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to suggest that this Adam and this board has done a great job in continually to build on that Thanksgiving festival tradition. And I think it's become better and better every year, and the management that has been in place for the last number of years has made that possible. And just one final comment. The warmest place in the whole event is that blacksmith shop. It is the most delightful thing to see the little guys, the little kids come in, and their faces light up when they see the actual heat, flames, forge, the banging of the sword. It's like the guy on TV with, on the Forging in Fire Swords show. The kids just love that, and I'd like to see, there's an opportunity for video promotion, if ever there was one, about why this festival is more than a craft show. And I just hope you'd be able to do something with that next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Timms. Any Member Joyner for the second time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Adam, one thing I did want to point out is sort of a negative. What is the name of the road out here where the entrance is, which goes up the hill?
Sixth Avenue.
That is Sixth Avenue over there?
This one right here? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So where the wood chips were placed was up Sixth Avenue as you get almost to the top of the hill there where the house is and the staff parking is. Correct. That's where they were getting the wood chips from to bring them down the hill. Correct. And into the park. And as you know, and as you noted, Saturday and Sunday were very rainy and messy and very wet. Is there a possibility that we could put the wood chips and have these wood chips closer to the vendors so it's not as far as a trek for the small Kubota to load up and place them?
Through your chair, we could look at something for next year for sure. What we did, because there's so many of them, putting them somewhere in our main property festival would look terrible, right? So we were bringing them down each day and creating a pile for the vendors. But that is an issue that we want to talk about, a way that we can't get to when it's that poor weather, we can't get to every vendor for wood chips in the amount of time. So trying to figure out a different way. And hopefully maybe we just have like 4 days of great weather next year. That would be great. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. Member Shurton.
Yeah, thanks, Adam, for your great presentation here. Question I have, and I know it's regarding dollars for advertising, and maybe it's just because of the demographics or the choice, but I didn't see 97.7, which I think would be a popular station in the Niagara area, wasn't used. Is there a reason, or is it just the demographics?
Through you, Chair, I'd have to discuss with the communications team on the lack of why we didn't choose 97.7. I do know 97.7 was at the festival. They were there promoting, so we did use them. Why we didn't have them actual advertising, I'd have to, does anybody want to, oh, they were?
If you can stand up, Erica.
It was all packaged with no media, so we included 610,
Member Shurton.
Okay, I was just looking, when I seen the list, I didn't see 97.7, so that's why I didn't associate it. But okay, thanks for that.
Member Beatty.
Again, thank you for the report. Some things to consider, not for certain, but just to consider. Possibility of running a shuttle bus from the Vineland School area back and forth as to whether or not there would be a potential augmentation of the audience without the problems of parking, etc. Second thing is the fact that we've got a partnership working well with Calamus. I wonder whether it would be possible to consider, and I think at the Port Colborne Canal Days they do this, some kite flying demonstrations. Might be something, an added attraction in terms of drawing the crowd in. And although it may be a little bit too cool for this time of the year, but the fact that they've got the telescope and so on, a dark skies presentation in cooperation with Calamus might be something that, again, would extend the day and provide a different reason for attending the festival.
Through you, Chair, those are great recommendations. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments by the board to Adam? Adam, I just had a couple of questions with respect to your analysis of possibly changing the makeup of the vendors. what's the process now? I mean, how many vendor permits are available for that event? And then what's the process as far as determining who gets one, who doesn't get one? Because I'm going to assume that it's an oversubscribed vendorship. And we do have people that kind of get left out of that process because of capacity. So maybe just elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So we have 147 vendor spaces. And that maxes out right now. We have a festival committee that, as you can see from the screen there, and this is the scorecard that we grade every single vendor application that comes in. And they're chosen that way. And that's how we chose them. But we also look at we want a balance of vendors as well. We don't want to have 100 clothing or 100 other things, right? We want to have a balance. We take all that into account.
Okay, so that vendor scorecard then, that's crafted and created by who?
Our festival vendor selection committee.
Okay. Does this board ever get a first opportunity to see the metrics and the criteria that go into that, or no?
They have not prior. We certainly could, though.
Okay. I don't know if that's the will of the board, but maybe for next year, if there is consensus to change the scoring in order to open it up to a different variety of vendors, maybe the appetite of the board would be to see that vendor scorecard first.
Yeah, through you, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Adam, thank you for the presentation, and please pass on our heartfelt thanks to every volunteer and to staff that made this year's festival such a success. So thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder for the following resolution, that the Thanksgiving Day Festival 2018 presentation be received for information. Moved by Member Joyner, seconded by Member Beattie. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. We have a delegation this morning. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Scott from Niagara Beeway to come forward, and he will be speaking on watershed contamination, Environment Canada pesticide surveillance. Mr. Scott, welcome. Mr. Scott, the floor is yours, so you can begin when you're ready.
Yeah, we'll just wait till it comes up on the screen here. Yeah, if you can go right back to the top of the home page, that'd be great. That's great, thank you. As long as you don't just tuck me around the door here and throw me right out. Great to be here this morning. Kind of hard to follow such a good presentation about your Thanksgiving. I was there. It was fabulous. We've been there every year. It's really something that's all about Niagara. And you guys are all about Niagara. What we put here on our website here under the area of studies are a number of very current issues that are coming up here that affect Niagara more than any other region in Canada. Okay, this is specific to us. No one else is coming here to tell you this. Really, I'm going to tell you right now, no one else really cares. But the information that's come out in the last 2 weeks says that we are now exceeded a chronic level, not just in our native environment, not just in our watershed, and this is all about watershed, but also now it is in our drinking water. So this is new. In January, this will be going to public health. Public health has been following this, and Bruce has been very helpful in kind of prodding them along. They promised to follow all of the literature searches, etc., and they have, in fact, done nothing, but Bruce has really kind of sat on those eggs to make sure it's still warm. At this point, there are good things to talk about. We did win the war. There's no doubt about it. This is now banned, so it is completely banned for release in Canada. However, you must realize that we lost every battle. In this war, the beekeepers who were screaming since the day this came out, we lost every battle, but we won the war. And the reason that we won the war is because we have now determined and found out in a real life situation in regions such as ours around the world, when you release this much toxin into the environment, it has unintended impacts. It has unintended impacts in the watershed. And those unintended impacts are now, we're only starting to understand the magnitude of those. A little bit of a math question here. When you look at this, and we all know that a product like DDT, which is also banned, was a bad thing. A truckload of DDT would be a bad thing. A truckload of these chlorinated nicotines is also a bad thing. However, in lethality, one truckload of these new chemicals, which are very, very efficient at killing insects, there's no doubt about that. One truckload of these chemicals are equal to 7,000 truckloads of DDT. So when you dump that onto Niagara, it's an equivalent of something that we know is already bad. It just took us about 18 years to figure out we should stop doing that. The reason also it's banned is because it's not behaving as the manufacturer stated. It is not going away. Yes, it does go away in 226 days in Arizona in the baking hot sun, 24 hours a day. But here in Niagara, we've got a very unique climate where we've got for 4 or 5 months a very unique thing called snow. Snow shields this from, thank you. Snow will really shield this product from breaking down. It only breaks down in sunlight. There is no biodegradation. Your composter is not a place to biodegrade this. As a matter of fact, every composter that we've ever tested, those are your broccoli parts, your onion parts, your potato peelings that you religiously put into your composter. All of those were grown, and this is the life cycle that we've been studying, all of those were grown with this insecticide to protect them. In fact, all of your compost as it is reducing now does not reduce the neonicotinoid content, and in most composters, they are higher already than any farmer would ever put on his field. We're going to be asking the region in June to look at some of their de-icing spray, which is a beet juice derivative, and to discontinue or at least test it. My purpose for being here today, if I can scroll this here, is to ask you to look at the contamination in your watershed. Not only are you in good position to do that, you have 80 test sites. All of the studies that are, as you scroll down through this section here, you're going to see all of these studies that are in Niagara. These are Niagara locations. All of them are very, very limited because of the number of test sites, and no test sites have been done above the escarpment. So Niagara-on-the-Lake, Lower St. Catharines, and Jordan are the places where they've been tested. And right now we are testing not just once or twice in the spring after the application, but we are getting a positive hit on these chemicals every 2 weeks throughout the year. So they are now persistent and in our environment. This isn't a B item. This is the #1 insecticide used in the world, and we are part of the region. So if this was a B item, I would just kind of skip over it. This is an A item. For us in the bee industry, we need the mapping. You've got the GIS people, you've got the water testing people. We need to know where it is and how much it is so that we can avoid it. I lost $90,000 in bees, bee genetics, those are dead bees, in 2018. We documented that. They went all over the place. Everybody at OMAFRA knows about it. Everybody in the Bee Association knows about that. Many people, 40 other beekeepers in Niagara, have retired. They've just hung it up. Why? Because they can't keep their bees alive. Niagara is one of the most God-given, beautiful places to raise bees, and I'm here to fight for that. I'm here to get you on our side. I'm going to make a suggestion here that not only do you review some of these particular studies, but what we'd like to do is we'd like to work for you. We'd like to give you a different perspective in your organization. You're going to be planting 1 million trees. That's fabulous, but you missed the boat. It isn't just the trees that we need to replace. It's successional nectar provision. You've got pollinator gardens. They produce nectar. But we've got an army of people here, and Niagara's already divided up in our high schools. They need a little bit of guidance, and they need a little bit of understanding, and they need things from beekeepers like myself, Ontario Federation of Agriculture, the horticultural societies, and our pollination specialists. I'm going to recommend that you consider the possibility of having us be an advisory committee to you so that we can show you our perspective. And what do we get out of that? We get a chance to lay this all out. We get a chance to have public health interface with us. We get a very positive way of doing this. That way we can work on this together. We need the data. We cannot make decisions without the data. We will get this data. We'd like to get this data with you. And remember, you are large property owners in things that we call wetlands. Let's take, for instance, the Wainfleet Bog. The Wainfleet Bog is lower than all the surrounding area. That's where all the water goes. There's soybean, corn, and all sorts of things in there. All the drainage from those comes into your bog. You are the well of these chemistries. But you have no knowledge on how it's affecting all of your species. I'm not going to be talking about species at risk. However, MNR is not coming here. We're not going to get any help unless we go there and say, we want to do this. Once you say, we want to do this, we would be more than happy to assist you with the funding. I don't want to hear, well, we can't find funding. You've got the people, you're in position, you know the area, and this is just as meaningful to you as it is to us. The last 2 studies that just came out, I believe, on Monday. And this is about drinking water. And these are our labs. And we are the least cost supplier of this because we are not interested in making money. We're interested, again, in the data. So we're more than happy to share all this information. Our testing protocols, they are all acceptable to the province of Ontario and to AMAFRA. Our equipment is calibrated and is new. We can produce these results for you. We can work together. That's what we're looking for here today. This is a consideration. I understand that many of you have touched this issue once or twice before. But at this particular point, you have to realize that in 2018, we withdrew $100,000 in our budget for bees. We represent the largest majority of commercial bees in Niagara. So we are the guys to go to. We have a proposal in the city of Niagara Falls to put a $10 million center as a national bee center. That's for education. That's a tourist component. That's for our brokers who sell all of the nutraceuticals, the wax, the honey, all of those things. Those are 110 new jobs. We're looking at that because we want to collaborate. We want to collaborate with people in Niagara who understand what we're talking about. And that does include the OFA. That does include the horticultural societies. That does include a pile of other people here who are all saying yes, 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 but we're fragmented. Here at the Conservation Authority, you have a chance to put that all together, and we're happy to jump in with you. But this is direction. This is not something that we would refer to staff. This is something that staff needs to be directed to do. This is the job of the directors of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. If you think this is as good an idea as us, this is one of the very, very few things in Niagara that we can do for 200 years. Beekeeping is sustainable, environmental. It has a perspective that you do not currently have in your organization. And the thing that's really knocking us out is the watershed, where you are the experts. We're asking for your help, and we're putting our expertise forward for your use. That pretty much concludes what I came here to ask for. In January, you're going to see things going to each mayor. Each mayor will no longer be allowed to to sign a document saying you can use your new well water. You bought a little place in the country, you drilled a well, you have to have a well water use permit. We check it for chlorophyll content and E. coli. Who cares? We can chlorinate and cure that. Public health will no longer be able to issue that without checking for this chemical because in many cases our rural community people who are living in those homes, those beautiful homes out there, are being exposed to something that's creating a number of health concerns that we're only starting to understand. It may take 20 years to have them affect you. We've had this in here for 18 years. Public health is going to jump in here. They have to. That is a liability that they have to cover. That will affect each mayor of each municipality. So it's coming in a different way. What I'd like to do is I'd like to control it here with friends. I'd like to control it here in a way where we can use that data, where it's not hidden, where it's right out in the open, where we can understand and where we can make decisions and where we can proceed into the future with your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, for your delegation and your presentation. Very informative. I'm going to leave it up to the board members for any questions or comments. I'll go to Vice Chair Kaspersets first, and then I'll go around the table. Vice Chair Kaspersets.
Thank you very much for bringing this. Sorry, thank you very much. This is something that myself, as a farmer, we've been following, and I have many friends that have bees that lost bees in the last 2 or 3 years, so they're quite concerned. I know with the pesticide use, it's definitely of a concern. I totally support your aspect of joining us in partnership on an advisory council to make us more aware. It's a difficult task. You know, the Niagara region is polluted. You know, we recently just brought up a situation where almost 35% of St. Catharines sewage goes right into the 12 Mile Creek. So water contamination is at the forefront. I'm particularly interested in this because from the farming community, we have farmers that use these neocides as part of their routine. I think there needs to be more education to the farmers on the dangers that they're causing. But once again, we'll look forward to working with you down the road.
Any other questions or comments? Member Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing is I want to say that don't misrepresent the St. Catharines sewage treatment system. The number you spoke to is what happens when there is a combined sewer overflow, and a bunch of the overflow goes into the 12 Mile Creek only when there is a combined sewer overflow. So 35% of the St. Catharines sewage does not go into 12 Mile Creek. Just a point of clarification in defense of St. Catharines. So back to the point, I want to thank Mr. Scott for your persistence on this whole neonicotinoid issue. I remember several years ago, your concern was clear, and you presented it to Regional Council a number of times. Reference to the public health at Regional Council, their response has been their concern is people health, and until they saw something in the literature that said neonicotinoids affected human health, they were not in a position to take any position on neonicotinoids. So I think what you've presented here today and in the last few months and years really has begun to present a real concern on the people health side, and that's where public health will have to stand in. And as you said, I think you've won the war in the general perception that this neonicotinoids, and that's when you had your first slide up here, I guess this whatever, the theos, those two chemicals you spoke of on the first slide, they're in effect technical description of neonicotinoids.
Might answer that question. The family of neonicotinoid chemistry has really matured over the 20 years. And what they've done is they've found more effective ways of delivering and less expensive ways of manufacturing. So there are about 40 different products, of which the main ones, which you would see in corn, soybean, and your pest control people, are those ones. The biggest volume one released was the original primitive one. But the primitive one breaks down over time into these two. So tracking those things, it's a bit of a lab issue where we want to find it. But what we're finding as it continues to break down, and with Niagara being really a very, very sophisticated agricultural area, unlike any place, many of these chemicals were developed here for us. And what's happening now is that we're discovering a thing called the metabolites. And that's where this chlorinated nicotine now is joining onto other chemistries, like our fungicide, Headline 250, which is the most popular corn fungicide that's used here, not biodegradable, petroleum-based product. It's very eager to join to this insecticide. It's on the same corn plant. Inside, molecularly, you have your neonicotinoid. Outside, you spray on your petroleum-based anti-fungicide, which is important for the corn growers. But as that corn is harvested and that falls down, for the first time as that plant degrades, the neonicotinoids now become available to join onto the petroleum products. Now we have a new product. We don't even have a name for that. But I can tell you right now, it's 1,000 times more lethal than either one of those two things combined. And the lethality is acutely toxic to birds.
Thank you. Then, Mr. Chairman, what I'm asking is that in the general, is the neonicotinoid issue that's been around for a while, is the general category that you're asking us to test for. I support your request that the Conservation Authority add the testing for, and the specific chemical is more of a chemical or a lab issue, but testing to see what's lethal in our water, what's dangerous in our water as a result of this general category of neonics is what you're asking us to test for. And I would support, and I hope to put a motion that we direct staff to test at the 115 test sites for the appropriate technical chemical that is the concern, so that we can capitalize on the procedures we already have in place, the testing, the mechanics, the people we already have in place to test at these 115 sites, so that we can reinforce what we're already stating or discovering on the Lake Ontario side below the escarpment. So I think, Mr. Chairman, the proper name for what we're testing for maybe have to be established, but I would move that we receive this presentation and direct staff to add this testing at the 115 sites, subject to proper technical description and a budget line that will come from it for the next term, I guess.
Okay, so at this time, Member Timms, I respect you putting a motion on the floor. Right now is not the appropriate time for that. I will look to you, though, after question or comments are answered and the delegation has answered them. And if you want to move that motion, maybe bring it under new business. And at that time, maybe if you can coordinate with staff to get the wording of your motion down as well. We're going to have to get a little bit more detail on that with respect to a costing item. Any budget implication has to be fully vetted. So I will look to you, though, to raise that point under new business, if that's okay with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments for the presenter? Member Shurton, and then Member Maloney, and then Member Beatty.
Mr. Scott, thanks for the presentation. I'm from Haldimand, so I'm assuming no tests were done in Haldimand. But Haldimand is made up of 50% rural, a lot of bees, farmers in that area, and they too are impacted. One thing, not that it's not a problem with the water wells, but in Haldimand, I would say about 90% are on cisterns. So water wells that people are drinking in the rural areas isn't really as impactful, maybe as in the Niagara area. So I just wanted to point that out. But I want your explanation if you've done any testing in Haldimand or just Niagara.
Mr. Scott, if you can answer.
Certainly, through the chair, to answer your response. We had a call in from a poultry farmer, and we tested his water, and all of his poultry were condemned. They were all terminated, so he lost his entire crop. The cause of the loss was this acute toxicity coming into his birds and making them unfit for human consumption. So he provided me a sample of his water. And I said, you have to stop using your well now. I'm afraid that it's over. And he said, I stopped using my well 2 years ago. I'm on city water. I'm in the city of Beamsville. We have a main line coming right in there. The city water is contaminated with at bird lethal quantities. It is not tested. It needs to be tested. We need to know one way or another, but you can buy a truckload of water and it is free, it has been chlorinated, so it is, let's say, safe for human consumption. Safe, but it has not looked for things that perhaps we should be looking at. And I'm not saying perhaps anymore. We are going to look at that. But who is we? We should be watershed knowledgeable people. People who have guys like Josh already. You've got some of the best water testing people around in Niagara. You know, you've got GIS people that can put it into a language that we can understand and use. This is a one-stop shop that makes sense for everyone. If that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Member Maloney.
Mr. Scott, you're suggesting some type of relationship with the Conservation Authority. Could you elaborate a little more on how you envisage this happening and what additional costs would there be to the Conservation Authority? And ultimately, if you discontinue the use of these, whatever you call them,
issues
what
from
would
toxins.
there be, if anything, to assist the farming community if they were eliminated? Is there something that could take their place that would not be as offensive or offensive at all? Can you address those perhaps 3 areas there?
Mr. Scott, if you can answer.
Certainly. We've met with your staff a number of times, and the way you are organized, perhaps what makes the best sense is to strike a new committee here. This committee would work for you so that you could judge the things that we're saying, and inside that committee, we would bring in our other collaborating partners, such as the Horticultural Society. They understand plants. These words, successional nectar provision, those are plants in early spring, late spring, etc., etc. We understand, the Horticultural Society understand that better than we do. To have all of that advisement coming to you so that you're striking your budgets for your tree planting, you've got your people out there, you've got those things, you can, at that point, from a committee within the Conservation Authority, and I would be happy to chair such a committee. I would be happy to bring in the collaborative partners. We would be happy to advise you. You have an advisory board. This is a little bit different. This is a different perspective that you do not currently have. This is a collaboration of other interested parties, including the school boards. The school boards are critically interested in this, gets the kids outside, gets them planting. You know your tree program, it's great. We can make your tree program a little more sexier and a little more environmentally impactful with a very little bit of advisement and working with your staff. I see us being a committee, if you so see it, being the easiest way to transition from what we're talking about here into your organization.
Member Maloney?
Do you have any handle on costs to the Conservation Authority over time?
I sure do. I understand the costs completely. If I have to do this all by myself, I'm going to do it all by myself. So you guys have big boy pants on now, and you can jump in here and help us out. But yes, I have a very clear idea on what it took us to become the least cost supplier to the province of Ontario for this particular range of testing in water.
But when we set a budget, what is a dollar figure that we should consider in addressing the possibility of initiating this program?
I'd be a lot more comfortable breaking that down. That's a very complex question. That's not something I can just say $10 or $60,000. How we want to do this and where we want to do this, I'd like to sit down in a real positive frame of work with your water testers and with Mark so that we can really balance this right out so that we really understand it. But realize that this data is also needed by other people. Environment Canada Pesticide Surveillance does have budgets for this. They don't currently have people to send here. MNR have budgets for this. They don't currently have people to send here, but they have money. So my suggestion is that once we start and once we get to go ahead, finding the money before we actually do the testing is absolutely critical. It is commercially responsible to do it that way, and we're all about that. I don't think this is going to be the problem. It is not a stopper.
Is there an alternative for use by the farming community if we eliminate all of these Neils?
Yeah, I'm not qualified to talk about that. If you want to kill all the insects, I can kill them all. I can put a spray on your ground that makes sure no weeds grow for 300 years. It will kill everyone, but I can stop weeds. We are maturing as a civilization, and when we understand that things like autism spectrum disorder and Alzheimer's are probably not good things to have, those are caused by environmental. It's not genetic, it's not coming from us, it's environmental. These are directly related and in line with neurotoxins. These are neuro problems. Every community that's exposed to this type of material, the rates of Alzheimer's and ADHD and spectrum disorder have gone through the roof. We want to have a better look at that. That's not something I'm qualified to do. The farmers will sort things out, but at $66 billion a year in sale of neonicotinoids, if you give the farmers back that $66 billion, I'm pretty sure that they're going to find another way of controlling insect damage.
Member Maloney? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Member Beatty?
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I've heard your presentation before in earlier years. Sounds more dramatic and immediate with what you presented here today. And I can appreciate the comment about think globally but act locally. And so you're bringing a local concern. The frustration I've got is that it is an international issue. It is a national issue. And resolution in terms of prohibitions are not going to happen at the local level. They're going to happen at either the Government of Canada level or the province. That doesn't mean we shouldn't begin to look. My concern, I guess, is while there's a whole body of information about what's happened historically with regard to these products, and we need to know what that is in the context as it applies to the province of Ontario or the region of Niagara. My concern is your point at the beginning is that these studies are recent, last Monday. But then you make the claim that it's worse than Niagara than any other place. I can't see how you quantify that. If the study's only been done here in the last week, how can you make the comparator to the rest of the province to say we're in the worst situation? What's the scientific rationale for that?
Mr. Scott, if you can answer.
Okay. If I could expand these here, I'm not quite sure it's not expanding properly. When I say that these are done in Niagara, these are province-wide. See, this is one of 46 pages you can see right here. It's one of 46 pages. And they'll show mapping. Only 3 sites of the test were done in Niagara. We're looking to expand that data. We know it's here. We know that it is exceeding the chronic levels recommended for water, drinking water. We understand that. And as far as it being of national imports, Brian, no one's coming here. Nobody's coming here to help Niagara out. We are different. You asked a question about how do we know about this? How do we quantify this? I send my staff around in January each year to find out how much is actually coming in truckload quantities into Niagara. So I'll talk to Clark Agrichem and Pioneer Seeds. Those are the 2 biggest suppliers of corn and soybean seeds. They have 50% of the market roughly each. It doesn't really expand or contract. It's about the same every year for the last 10 years. They use about 1 truckload each in the spring as a seed coating. So there's 2 truckloads. However, when you go around to all of the veterinarians and all the pet places and all of the other stores that sell these things and the pest control people, you'll find in January the equivalent of 6 truckloads in skids ready to go. Those are people who are spraying your dentist's office. You never see a centipede running across your dentist's floor, because if you do, your dentist gets on the phone and says, pest control or property management guy, come and spray those pests. The quantity that's being released into Niagara is a number we know right down to the truckload. Why? Because we go out there and knock on every door to understand that. And this is also confirmed by pesticide surveillance, John Sturgis, who did the original study 5 years ago. Truckloads are coming into Niagara. Truckloads are not coming into Toronto. Truckloads are not coming. This is a predominantly agricultural society that we live in. However, our affluence and our urban areas means that our pet washes and our property management and our road sprays are releasing more of this toxin than anywhere else in truckload quantities. That's how we know. We spent the hours to get our legs out there to walk around and look.
Member Beatty? Any other question or comments? Member Casper says for the second time.
Sorry, I see this advisory group as being combined with the Minister of Environment Drinking Water staff, because I too question Mr. Beatty's comment about you assuming that most of this is Niagara. I deal with Clark Seeds and we're in Alderman. Most of my farming partners that are doing large acreage, 10,000 acres plus, deal with Clark Seeds from Haldeman, Caledonia, Hagersville. So because our watershed drains towards Niagara, it's coming in from everywhere. With respect to the Minister of Environment Drinking Water, are they aware of this? Because they have a whole team of inspectors who constantly test drinking water. And I'm wondering if they're testing for pesticides or if they're just testing for standard E. coli and bacteria in the water. But I would think that they would be the best person to do these kind of tests, because I do know that testing for pesticides in water can be up to $1,000 per sample, depending upon what you're trying to hone in on. But I'm just curious what the Minister of Environment has said about this.
Mr. Scott, if you can answer.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. They are silent on this issue. We're pounding on the door for more data, more data. If we could get that data from them, we would be happy. We can't. Niagara's all by itself here. They don't want to do things for, like Brian said, this may be of national importance. Whatever's done here in Niagara, whatever's done by one CA should be done by all CAs. However, this is only really applicable to Niagara. Ottawa Conservation Authority doesn't have a grape industry. It doesn't have the things that we have here. It doesn't have a bee industry. It doesn't have a dedication to. It does, it is not a predominantly agricultural community like we are. They have different concerns. Only we have these concerns. And in all fairness, when you start pulling the plug saying we're going to check for pesticides or their metabolites, it's not $1,000 a test. It's similar to other tests now. We know how to do this a little bit better, but we can discuss this as it goes on more and more. But other agencies are silent on it. Even Environment Canada Pesticide Surveillance, who are responsible for reporting this, laid off all of their people. The people who did these original studies no longer work there. They were given early retirement. You can't even ask this question. This is a real black box. We need to look in that box. All we're looking for is the data so that we can make decisions. How do we get that data? When we're in it, Clark, Agrichem, and Pioneer are fabulous companies. I know them personally. They couldn't be more helpful. They understand, and this is old hat for them. This isn't the first time a chemical's been banned because it has unintended impact.
Member Casper?
That's great. I just want you to fully understand that I don't support your premise that it's a Niagara-based problem. This is across southern Ontario. If I look at the acreage in Niagara and I compare it to the acreage west of Haldeman, it's quite large. So I think it's a southern Ontario, lower Ontario problem with agriculture that this is becoming an issue. I just don't think it's Niagara. And as much as I want to stick it to Niagara sometimes, it's not their fault.
We'll strike the pejorative Niagara term. We'll strike that. Mr. Scott, if you want to answer.
Maybe just to touch on that again, if you go through these studies, you'll see the actual content throughout Niagara, all up in Grey Bruce, all the way down to Sarnia. The greenhouses where they dump into the Lebo drain, that's an issue because that's directly coming from greenhouses discharge. That's something right off the map. It's right off the map. But when you look at those numbers, you'll see exactly where Niagara is positioned. Okay, so Niagara is of specific interest. Haldeman, Norfolk does not have the affluent community that we have here. One of the highest contaminated areas are the drainages that come out of the most wealthy subdivisions in Niagara-on-the-Lake. Where is it coming from? That's a whole life cycle there. That's not a farmer thing. Farmers use 2 truckloads a year. Urban people use 6 truckloads. Where are they coming back into our system? That's our sewage, our catchment system, our very efficient water management issues here. This is now a watershed issue that is not a farming issue. Farmers are 2 out of 6, and I'm going to say farmers are 2 out of 12. Those 6 truckloads that come in that are really the urban people, those are sellers. That's in January. By the time they reach June and they're out of product, they reorder. And that's not quantified. We're not seeing that anywhere. That's what we want to know about. Where is it? It's a very good question. Where is it? It isn't the farmers. We'll spend $20 million educating our farmers and reducing it and taking it away. And in the meantime, the urban use doubles.
Thank you, Member Casper. I have a few questions, and I'll be succinct and to the point, hopefully. I'll be as brief as I can. So when you talk about determinants of health, when you do water testing, and maybe I'll put this to staff, right now, the toxins that you've illustrated, they are not measured when it comes to source water protection, when it comes to any ministry organization. They are not included in that testing. I know determinants of health, whether it's E. coli, whether, I don't even think lead is tested to a degree with respect to drinking water, but those toxins are not part of the testing protocol under our source water protection scorecard. Is that correct? And maybe I'll address that to Mr. Brickell.
Thank you, Chair. And I do have Josh and Eric who can provide detailed response as well. No, these are not specific. We are not specifically required to test for these matters at this point. We have met with Mr. Scott on previous occasions and indicated that we have further areas, not just this, but other areas that we believe would be appropriate to be testing for should the money be available. But if you want Josh to speak further to it, he can fill you in on exactly what they do test for.
Not at this time, but that confirms my question that it's not tested. It's not part of the testing protocol currently. Okay, that's my first question. So, Mr. Scott, that was answered. Thank you. My next point of clarity, and you made the issue that there seems to be a situation where there's not a unified voice. There's different factions, there's different agencies, there's different organizations, and there's no concerted effort to get any traction on this particular issue. I think you made that comment during your delegation. And just listening to your comments, I can tell that this is a multifaceted issue. You went into health issues, you discussed the causality between Alzheimer's and the autism spectrum and these toxins. So it seems very multifaceted, way beyond the pay scale of this board. But I appreciate you bringing forward those concerns. I would suggest, as a representative of Niagara Beeway, as a beekeeper, as a very important operator within the overall agricultural economic sector, that you focus your energies on that particular sector and being the voice of that particular sector. Can you answer me, what is the economic output when it comes to direct end use of the bee industry in Niagara? Do you have those numbers?
Well, in Niagara, there are a number of issues going on right now. Niagara College has activated a training program to train beekeepers because most of us are getting a little long in the tooth and they're really worried about us disappearing and not transferring the technology properly down to the next wave. In Niagara, we run an issue here. It's called interprovincial pollination. No one in Barrie, no one in Ottawa, no one in Sarnia does this. We load 2 guys on a truck with 640 colonies and we drive them to places in Canada. This is strategically important to environmental pollination. If you are a blueberry grower, you can grow blueberries and make about $4,000 an acre just from blueberries.
Yeah.
If you put bees there, that's $12,000.
So I guess, and that's my question, do you have definitive numbers with respect to the economic impact that the bee industry has? And I'm talking about direct end product use, whether it's beeswax, whether it's honey, the end use of the bee industry in Niagara. Do you have those direct economic numbers, that direct economic impact?
Absolutely. Being the largest and the biggest also, we bring in honeys from other places like Alberta. So some of those things, we watch the Chinese honey come in. We understand what the total sales are per city. We understand our potential to export to Buffalo and Rochester. We understand all those numbers, as well as the current employment, as well as the vision for the future. What is the vision for the future is not the hobbyist. It is the large commercial beekeeper.
And I guess I make that comment just to really focus your energies, because I find that the issues that need the biggest traction are the issues that have the greatest negative impact on economic development and job creation and revenue generation for the province. So when you talk about the different ministries, you mentioned OMAFRA quite a few times. But again, it's an MOE issue, it's an MNRF issue, and I could tell that it's a Ministry of Economic Development and Job Creation and Trade issue as well. And when you start talking in that kind of language, what the economic impact to Niagara would be with a impacted sector, then people start to listen. So perhaps going forward, if you can start talking in those numbers, what's the economic impact in Niagara? The direct economic impact for this issue with bees. And again, if you can find numbers of the indirect economic impact, because as you said, they're great pollinators, and you know, the agriculture industry in Niagara is reliant on that economic stimulus as well. So when you start talking in those kind of languages, people tend to listen and pay attention a whole lot more. But that's just my advice moving forward. I'm going to look to Member Timms at the appropriate time to make a motion or to direct staff in one direction or the other. But at this time, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. It was very informative, and we'll be in touch through this board or Member Timms. I understand you've been liaisoning quite a bit, or our CEO, Mr. Brickell, with any decision of a partnership or the NPCA taking a lead on this issue for you. So again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure being here. And yes, I have all of those numbers should you and I want to sit down to explore those. I don't think I want to talk about all those numbers here in a public place like this, but we have it down to the penny, as well as what we project over the next 5 to 20 years as to what this growing market and growing demand is all about. And thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our delegations for this morning. The next item on the agenda is administrative business, and I will ask if there are any questions or concerns from the September 19th full authority minutes. Member Shurton?
Yes. I haven't had many asked in my 4 years being the representative from Haldeman, but under new business on the September meeting, I brought up the idea looking for some funding for the erosion impact in the low banks, high banks area. And my understanding was there was maybe an opportunity, and there was an application, my understanding is, that was supported by the Rotary Club in Dunnville to help assist for this application. So I was just wondering maybe if I get an update or should I wait for new business? But because it was under this new business from the September meeting, I thought it was good to bring it up here.
Okay, I appreciate that. At this time, this is just the approval of the draft minutes. If there's something with respect to omissions or something that should have been in there, that's probably the opportunity right now to raise that. If it's a separate question, I will consider that under new business. So I'll leave it up to your discretion whether or not you want something added or you notice something that was omitted that should be there.
No, I just wanted an update, but I'll bring it up under new business.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
With respect to the approval of draft minutes, they are draft watermarked right now. Member Kaspersets? Seeing no other questions or comments, that the full authority board minutes of the meeting held on September 19, 2018 be approved as presented. Moved by Member Maloney, seconded by Member Kaspersets. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. Business arising from those minutes? Seeing none, I will make an announcement. Board Member Quirk notified the clerk that he would be withdrawing his notice of motion from the full authority board meeting held on September 19, 2018. Business arising from those minutes? Member Timms?
Just suggesting that Member Shurton brought up business arising from the minutes, and this might be the time to address business arising from the minutes regarding that erosion thing.
Member Shurton?
I took the chair, and I'm going to bring it up under new business, which is later on. So you just stick to your thing, and I'll stick to mine.
Yeah, but I may take up a lot of time before you get there.
Thank you, Member Shurton. Thank you, Member Timms. Member Timms, do you have any business arising from minutes? Brings us to correspondence. There are no items of correspondence at this time. Chairman's remarks. At this time, I would like to thank the board for their dedication and their service to the residents of the watershed. A lot of us, this may be our last meeting, and just wanted to convey my appreciation for your dedication, for your service, and certainly for your advocacy for conservation throughout the Niagara Peninsula watershed. At this time, I would also like to thank staff for your help and for being an incredible resource, not only to this board, but to the residents of the watershed as well. It's just about thank yous at this time, and we have a full agenda, so I'm going to limit my comments. I will now move to the CAO's comments and ask Mark to proceed with his comments. Mr. Brickell.
Thank you, Chair. Much along the same lines, it is a very full agenda, and as such, many of the comments I would make could attach to various reports that you are receiving today. Like you, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation for the service of this board, the dedication, the commitment you've shown. You have done some heavy lifting that has not always been easily understood or easily and has been described as being controversial at times. However, I think what's often been missed and not noted properly is that you've done the heavy lifting that was necessary. You've positioned the Conservation Authority to we're positioned to move forward in the most positive way. We're now finally able to take on those bold, robust initiatives that you have put forth in your strategic plan. And I don't know that people fully appreciate the level of commitment, dedication, leadership that you've shown to bring us to this point. The budget that you're going to deal with later today is a further indication of that, just how far we've come to professionalizing this organization and to setting us up for a very positive future. I think time will demonstrate that to the general public, but I know it firsthand. I've seen it. I've known of your dedication, your commitment, the time you've committed to making this organization be the best that it can be. And it has been a time of heavy lifting, but what you have accomplished in this term is really remarkable. I think Member Beatty has often marveled at how far this organization has moved forward in such a short time. And I think that's actually captured if you read the actual detail of the Auditor General's report, you'll see that it's actually captured there as well. And we'll be dealing with that matter further. But I do, on behalf of all of our staff at the NPCA and myself, would really like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for all the work you've done on our behalf and for that of the watershed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brickell. Any question or comments with respect to the chair or the CAO's remarks? Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is business for information. And in the interest of time and agenda management, I'm going to, these items are for information purposes only, so I'll ask if there's an appetite to move them en bloc, knowing that there's still an opportunity to ask questions of these information purposes. Moved by Member Beatty, second by Member Kaspersets. All those in favor? Opposed? And those items are moved en bloc. Any question or comments with respect to those individual reports? Member Beatty. Just to highlight which report, Member Beatty.
Thank you. Item 5.4, report 6918, the bar graft You've done it again. And I don't think you were here when it was done the first time or the second time, but you missed half of the municipalities on that bar graph.
Okay.
Could we have it corrected, and could we not see it again, please? Thank you.
Okay, understood. Okay, and Member Beatty was referring to the Watershed Management Q3 status report. Any other question or comments with respect to the items moved on block? Seeing none, we will move on to yeah, okay. So we're on to 5.1. Oh, is this one? Okay, it's this 5.1. Okay. Hold on. Oh, I see right there. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you, Lisa. Under business for consideration. Okay, so the first item is 6.1 Standing Committee Reports. The first item on the agenda is 6.11 Chief Administrative Officer CEO Recommendations, Unallocated Funds 2019 Operating Budget, Report number 7518. I will need a mover and a seconder. Just put that on the floor, please. Moved by Member Kasperset, seconded by Member McPherson. Question or comments with respect to that report before the CEO has an opportunity to speak to it. Member Beatty.
Well, we discussed this at budget, and what it comes down to is there's $140,000 in surplus. And the CEO give us a recommendation of where we would spend it. And I see here it's come back and it cites, as I thought it would, Auditor General's report, Auditor General's report, Auditor General's report. I was of the opinion at budget, and I'm still of the opinion that this should be referred to the new board, and they'll have $140,000 to share out or use as they see fit. And I don't think we should cobble them with our recommendation. I think they should examine it. And you're giving them $140,000 to use against the AG report, and I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Member Beatty, I'm going to assume, are you putting something on the floor for the board to consider with respect to a referral, or are you just making a comment? I just want clarity.
Usually you take motions at the end of the discussion, and I thought the CAO was going to talk to it, and I would bring forth a motion then that we refer it to the new board.
Usually,
or do you want it now?
Well, rules of procedure dictate that if it's a referral or a deferral, there is usually that ends the debate and the discussion.
Okay.
So if you would like to hear from the rest of the membership and the CEO, I would respectfully ask that you make it at the end. If you don't want to hear, then you can make it now.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to change my mind, so I would move that we refer it to the new board.
Okay, so there's a referral motion on the floor, seconded by Member Campion. There is no discussion on that. The timing has been set, referred to the new board. I'll call the question. All those in favor of referring? 5, 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. And it is carried. It is referred to the new board.
One down, 3 to go.
The next item on the agenda, I guess that makes the next one moot as well. Okay, Budget Steering Committee. Yeah, 6.1.2, Budget Steering Committee Recommendation Summary and the minutes of November 14th, 2018. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Member Quirk, seconded by Member Timms. Question or comments? Well, we're going to put it on. Well, I've just put it on the floor right now for question or comments. At the appropriate time, we will be receiving it. Okay. Any question or comments to it, Member Quirk? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. There's a series. First of all, thank you to all the Budget Committee members for the work and staff on putting together the budget. And as Member Beattie alluded to, and I would have had a chance to speak to previously, we are in a situation where we, with keeping within the budget guidance that we set, we still were able to generate $140,000 surplus or surplus funds that were looking for recommendations of how we should spend it. I think what the actual real result of our motion to refer this to the new board is essentially we're putting that money into an operating reserve, and the new board can choose to take it out of the operating reserve. So I want to make sure that's very clear that we understand what we're doing with that referral motion. So it doesn't necessarily tie staff's hands, but it will be the requirement of the next board to make that decision to take those funds as recommended by staff out of the operating reserve. But I want to speak to that because if you recall, when we started this term, we were looking at the 2015 budget when we first started, and that had a budget that was relying on our operating reserve to manage the finances of this organization. And because of the work that the previous board did under the chairmanship of Member Timms and the work that we have done as a group this term, we are now in a situation where the organization has a structural surplus, and there's not too many government organizations that can say that. We still have a little bit more work to do to be able to fully fund our capital program, but instead of having the situation where we were in 2016 where we suspended our capital program for a year while we were playing catch-up, we now have the ability to allocate funds accordingly to the priorities that are capital projects, and we also have a standing line item on our capital on our operating budget, which is a contribution to our capital projects, as well as the portion of the special levy of Niagara that can be spent on Niagara specific capital projects. So with that said, I think we've done a really good job here with this budget. The budget that is being presented, the recommendations that if we pass now will keep us within our guidance of 2% that we set for staff. We have the appropriate contributions to reserves now with the $140,000 to our operating reserve. We're not touching any of our other reserves at this point, with the exception of a recommendation that was made under a capital budget to take $15,500 out of our capital reserve for small items at Jordan Harbor and at the Chippewa Conservation Area for new laundry facilities that will be operated and will generate revenue over time because they are a revenue source for them. And then we also have some extra funding from our Canada 150 fund. There's a little bit of excess that will go into a temporary entrance at Bimbrook while we are setting up for treetop trekking. So all in all, I think we as a board can be proud of the work we've done on a financial level to put this organization in a sound structural position. And I can also say thank you to staff, past CEO and current CEO, and our other staff that have worked hard to make sure that we have the appropriate financial resources to do the capital projects that we need to do. So with that said, that summarizes essentially 3 full meetings, as well as the work that we did on developing the key performance indicators that we're going to hand off to the new board to populate with actual numbers and targets for them. So again, thank you to everyone for all the hard work that we've done on the budget committee over the 4 years.
Thank you, Member Quirk. Any question or comments with respect to those minutes? Member Timms?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the motion before us at the moment is what? To receive the minutes or receive and approve?
So I'll clarify for the board that the NPCA Full Authority Board approved the minutes of the Budget Steering Committee meeting held on Wednesday, November 14th, 2018, and the recommendations contained therein, save and accept the $140,000.89 in unallocated funds that we just referred to the new board. And that the following 2019 apportionment costs identified in Chart 1 and listed below be forwarded to the participating municipalities in accordance with Section 2, 1B of Ontario Regulation 670. So we will be adding at the end of 2018 in the recommendations contained therein, save and accept the $140,000.
Thank you. So I just wanted to be clear on approving the minutes versus approving the budget. Or it says approving the recommendations therein.
Correct.
So the committee recommended that the board accept this budget.
Correct.
And so I understand some of the concern about this board approving a budget that the next board may or may not, or may decide to do something different with. So in order to address that concern, I want to make sure we don't simply refer to, but I want to approve and recommend this budget to the next board, which is slightly different than simply approve. So it acknowledges the next board's authority to change, to assess, to alter. But I want to make it clear, I want a clear decision from this board that we approve and recommend the budget committee's budget. So adding the word recommend to the next board may be helpful in making that distinction, because I don't want this to be, oh, well, they could, you know, just refer, no decision. So my procedural question there is to add recommend to the next board.
Okay, so with respect to your procedural question, I'll do the best that I can to answer it. While I respect the consideration moving forward, we have an obligation and a fiduciary responsibility to our levying partners. That's why the second portion says be forwarded. So what we are doing as a board collectively is ratifying this budget and forwarding that information to our levying partners. You can certainly add, you know, that language, Member Timms, but it doesn't alleviate the obligation that we have as a board to pass this and pass it on to our levying partners.
Well, thank you, and it's clear that this is not a request. This is a levy. This is in effect an invoice, not a request. And that we've taken a number of terms to establish that point with the funding municipalities. And therefore, what I'm suggesting is that we make it clear that we recommend it, which may seem a bit redundant, but I would expect motions similar to the question of the $140,000 left over, that there, you know, a suggestion that we simply refer it to the next board. And I don't want to see that happen. I want to see us confirm our commitment to this budget that we've made, that we recommend it, as well as forward it. So and if they're not contradictory, then I would ask that recommended to the next board be added.
So again, from a procedural perspective, and this is just my opinion, and certainly I'll open up to comments of the board. What you're asking, I see this as more as a definitive direction. We're ratifying this as a board and passing that on to our levying partners. There's a finality to that. What you're suggesting is we recommend it to the new board, and there's somehow an opportunity for that board to you know, either alter it or they pass it on to the levying partners. And I'm saying the two are kind of contradictory. So that would be my interpretation, Member Timms. I mean, I respect your position as far as wanting to include the new board in any decisions, but this is a decision of this board, and I think that's the decision we'll be making.
Okay, I'll accept that argument, and I think I've made the point, and I know expect what the new board will have to say about it, but this board needs to commit to it, so I appreciate that. The second question I have is the question about the neonicotinoid testing. I expect it's a $20,000 budget at minimum, and I would like to see it included in this board recommendation or this board's budget, so that there is at least $20,000 to proceed with that, subject to whatever and yes, I have a motion for other business, but if we pass this, then there's nothing can be done in other business. So other than, you know, recommend staff prepare a report for the next term. So what I'm putting on the floor is an amendment to this budget, an additional $20,000 to be added to the levy to allow for the further testing of neonicotinoids at the 115 sites or as far as that money will take us. so that it's set aside for the next term, that there is at least $20,000 to test for these particular chemicals in the 115 sites. So I'd put that amendment, if this is the appropriate time, to put that amendment to this budget on the floor at this point, and looking for a seconder.
So the ruling of the chair, understanding that this is something that you wanted to bring forward under new business. Again, we've already committed to engaging staff to come up with some costing, number one, because 20,000 may be appropriate, it may not be appropriate. That's my first point. The second point is under what funding envelope is it going to be coming forward? You know, the whole idea of a budget is to have as many eyes and as many hands as possible touching it. Probably the most appropriate opportunity would have been during the budget board meeting to bring that forward. And if that was the will of that committee, we could have maybe identified a funding envelope. But again, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to engage staff as far as coming back with something. So I'm going to respectfully ask Member Timms that you bring forward your motion under new business. That will give staff an opportunity to possibly better define what the cost is that you're asking for. Bring that information forward, and many eyes, many hands will have an opportunity to see exactly where that money is being allocated to, where it's coming from, and I think that's the obligation this board has. Anytime we spend public dollars, we want to know that we're making the decisions based on sound, evidence-based, and not on the back of a napkin kind of budgeting math. So hopefully you can understand that argument and you can bring it up under new business, and if it's $20,000 you want at that time, you can put it to subject to staff coming back with some numbers and some data for you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's precisely why I asked that we receive when I had the presentation, because I knew the scenario, the sequence here is that pass the budget, and the only opportunity for this board to take any position on this was before we get to other business. Member Shurton, you may want to understand that is why I asked for it at the beginning, and that's why I'm asking it now. I think it's entirely appropriate for this board to address any changes or additions to the budget that the budget committee recommended. And that is why I'm doing it. That's why I think it is in order, and if I have a seconder, it is in order. If I don't have a seconder, then I don't.
I didn't say it was out of order.
Okay.
I just made a recommendation to you that we get as much information as possible before assigning a dollar value to anything. But by all means, it's in order. If you want to make that motion, put it on the floor right now as far as an amendment to the budget. I'll accept that. I'll put it to the board for question or comments, and then we can vote on it. So Member Timms, if you want to make that amendment motion at this time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would recommend that the a limit of $20,000 be added to this budget under regular levy for testing of neonicotinoids at the sites the Conservation Authority currently tests.
Okay.
Simple as that. There's a $20,000 limit. I don't know exactly what the number would be, but that identifies a specific dollar amount and gives a clear indication to the next board the support of this board over the 4 years of hearing about neonicotinoids and testing, that there is a willingness or a commitment from this board to spending at least that much money on testing.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have an amendment on the floor. Do you have a seconder, Member Timms?
I have a seconder yet.
Yep. Yeah.
I would the envelope is from our current budget for testing. It would follow within the same envelope, same procedure, same people, add one more vial of testing. So add to that particular line item on our current levy, and I think that would be fairly straightforward.
Okay. Do you have a seconder, Member Timms? Seconded by Member Joyner. That amendment is on the floor for question or comments. after the board has an opportunity, I'll look to staff to possibly answer some of those questions that Member Timms raised. Member Quirk.
Thank you again, Chair. I will say, because of the much better financial situation we find ourselves in with the work that we've done, this is not a significant amount that has to be discussed specifically. I have no problem with including in the budget. I have a problem with including it and the funding source being the levy. I think there are other funding sources that we could look at. There's a couple things that I would recommend. One is OPG funding would probably qualify because of the impact of our major waterway. The other is that we do have some operating reserves as well. We also now have the whole idea of that 140,000 being referred. Is the recommendation that was in here was that we would not approve the $140,000 until we received a written report on where those funds were coming and what they're going to be directed for. And so now that we've referred that particular $140,000, that $140,000 is also available for other things that the new board may want to do with those funds from taking it right out of the reserve. So they could also take the $20,000 of those funds and come out of an operating reserve. So I'm happy to support the amendment of putting the $20,000 in. I think it's premature, not knowing what the costs actually are. I also think, listening to the presenter, he said that there was funds available from federal Ministry of Environment, pesticide monitoring, and M&R pesticide monitoring. So I don't know if we necessarily need to jump in and hand them our tax levy dollars, knowing that there's other sources of funding. So I think there is an opportunity for the new board. I think we do have to actually adopt the budget and send it out to our living partners and finalize the levy aspect of it. But as we found when we first came in, we have the opportunity to adjust the budget through the use of operating or capital reserves, which are now in a very healthy state because of the work we've done. So with that said, I will just suggest that we can include this as a budget item and put it as sources from reserves, and then and it doesn't adjust the overall levy and stays within our guidance.
Any other question, comments? Member Sherton.
Well, I kind of like what Member Timms is trying to do, but I won't be supporting it. Why, until you know all the facts, which you mentioned, Chair, like writing it on the back of a napkin, 20,000's out of the sky. Is it 5,000 a year? How do you know what's enough? I want to hear more. There's other funding. I say, well, I won't be approving this.
Any other question or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Sorry, I'll look to staff. Sorry, Mr. Brickle, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The comment would be that, one, we can easily handle it within the operating reserves. But two, my preference would be that staff bring forward a report to respond to the delegation that we heard today, and that makes more sense to me, that we bring it forward, and then based on that, there is a whole lot to be digested and to be unpacked that was represented today. So I think it's important that the board have the consideration. Obviously a very important matter, and one that we look forward to dealing with. We have been in discussions with Mr. Scott for some time. That's why staff were here, is anticipating that they would have to write a report on this.
Okay, I appreciate those comments. Member Timms for a rebuttal.
Well, final
Keep it
comment
short.
is that the $20,000 is meant to establish a placeholder amount, subject to whatever the staff recommendations are. I doubt that it's enough, but it does set aside a line item and a certain amount of money that staff can either, that will be available to address the staff recommendation and the staff report. And I certainly expect a fairly thorough examination of what's possible, and all the details would come from staff report. So the recommendation, the motion is regular levy, because I think that's where our testing comes from anyway. Ask the CAO if the regular levy is the appropriate place.
Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Chair. It really will have to come out of operating reserves, because it's a new dollar amount. The actual cost of just taking the water, that's nothing. We can provide that extra tube, extra bottle, no problem. That's not the issue. The issue is the cost of testing, which is not included in that budget. So that will have to come out of operating reserves, but there is plenty for that.
Okay, so my question was that the testing is not in the budget, but that's the right place for the budget. So if we do testing, it would end up in the regular levy testing budget. The money's not there yet, but it would be a 20,000 out of the reserve for one time is fine solution for me as long as it gets the thing initiated. So I'd accept the recommendation of the CAO that the 20,000 come from the operating reserve.
I'm going to try to clarify and hopefully get consensus here. To your amendment, Member Timms, that $20,000 be allocated as a placeholder amount in the operating budget, contingent upon staff bringing forward a report that identifies, what the true costing is. Excuse me? Correct.
Identify the scope of work when staff brings forward the scope of work
So
involved.
what I'm trying to understand, Member Timms, is that you want it to be a real commitment, and that's why it's important for the optics of it to suggest that this board is committed to the water testing, and I appreciate that. But through a friendly amendment by the chair, if you accept that those funds will not be distributed or dispersed until staff come forward with a true costing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've captured my intent very well, and I appreciate your help on that. That's the wording I would like to put on the floor then.
Okay, so if that's clear for the board and Member Joyner?
As a friendly Mr. Chair, I would ask to the amendment that also that Mr. Scott be invited back so that the new board can have that presentation given to them.
Okay, that's probably staff direction, and you probably have to talk to Mr. Scott about that. Well, I'm sure he'd be amenable to that, but as far as including it as part of the motion, a budget line item, probably not appropriate at this time.
You're right. Staff direction.
Yeah, staff direction. That's fine. Okay, so seeing no other question or comments, Member Kasperseth?
So I just referred to an individual that works with my company. He sent me an updated costing on pesticide testing. And simply to test for glyphosates, you're looking at $400 per test. I can't add up things that quickly, so I'm just going to refer it to Mr. Numbers here, but that represents one test of one sample.
So 115 times that?
So you're looking at, like I said again, about a little bit over $1,000 per sample to test. And I could show you this it's right here.
Okay. So,
yeah.
So
$20,000 would do 20 tests. So I think we really need to send this back to staff, have them properly evaluated, possibly send out an RFP. These are substantial.
And I think the message going forward is that once we get those numbers, that $20,000 will
There's the numbers.
Well, we'll bring it back for staff anyways, and.
But I mean,
I think you understand what the intent is.
I just want people to understand that it's not a $30 test. These are, to test for organic chromates in pesticides is $175. To test for. Yeah, we got it. You got it. You got the message, guys. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no other question or comments, and thank you, Member Cashman, for bringing that forward. I'll call the question. All those in favor of the friendly amendment?
Sorry.
All those opposed? And that's defeated. Member Timms, it was a valiant effort. The next item on the so back to the original motion, and I'll any other question or comments with respect to the original motion, Member Beattie.
I take it now we're going to vote on the capital budget, the operating budget,
correct,
and KPIs. Strategic plan.
I think the KPIs are coming forward in the audit committee minutes. So this one is specific to the budget. Is that correct?
I think it's in the body of this report as well.
Okay, yeah. So again, whatever is included in those minutes, that's what we're we're voting on Member Beatty.
Okay,
So if you have any item in there that you want to lift and speak to, we'll accept that.
I would like to lift all three of those for a separate vote.
Okay.
Because unlike some people around this table, the passage of the operating budget was very close.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Member McPherson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before we get to that, can I just go back to the previous discussion, and have we lost also the report coming out of the staff?
No.
That's still
coming forward.
Thank
That's
you.
still staff direction that they'll be bringing that forward. Yeah. Thank you for that. So we do have a PowerPoint presentation on, is it operating or capital, if there's any member that wants to see that. But at this time, it is a motion that's in order to separate. I will deal with each one of them separately. The first item I will put on the floor is the operating, Member Beatty? Sir?
Chair, I have no problem with separating them, if I may, but just from a procedural point of view, we should approve the capital before we approve the operating.
Okay, so we'll put the, okay.
One would impact the other.
Yep, so we'll put the capital on, okay. So moved by Member Beatty, seconded by Member Kaspersets, that the capital be forwarded to the participating municipalities in accordance with section, yeah, because we're separating them. Okay, so the capital is on the floor right now. Okay. Okay.
And then the KP. Sorry. Sorry if I can, through you, Chair. So you'll note, board members, on the recommendation summary that the first item for approval is BSC 02, which is a housekeeping, I believe David Barrett can correct me, a housekeeping issue for staff to be authorized to carry over Balls Falls septic system. So that would be the first item that you would vote on. Second would be the draft 2019 capital budget. Third would be the draft 2019 operating budget, save and accept the $140,000. Fifth would be the key performance indicators as noted in that recommendation summary. And then separate to that is the separate recommendation that's noted that the following 2019 apportionment costs identified in chart number 1 be forwarded to the participating municipalities in accordance with section 2(1)(b) of Ontario Regulation 670-00. And recorded votes are needed for each of those items.
Okay, so the first item I will put on the floor is the septic.
Yeah, BSC 02.
Okay, can I get a move for that, please? Moved by Member Quirk, second by Member Timms. Question or comments to that? Member Quirk.
Yeah, just very briefly, and just so everyone who wasn't at the meeting is aware, that is an item that we have previously approved under our Capital Works program. It's one of those items that if we don't, our policy is that if we don't initiate within 2 years of approving something, that it has to come back for reapproval. In this particular instance, staff indicated it took us like 8 months to get the MOE approval process through for a septic system, here at Balls Falls. And so we are it's really housekeeping, but that's why it's housekeeping.
Okay, any other question or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. It should be a recorded vote. Lisa, if you want to poll the membership.
Sure. So for report BSC 02, Board Member Beatty. Board Member Beatty. Yes. Board Member Campion. Yes. Board Member DeFrucio. Board Member Joyner.
Yes.
Board Member Kaspersets. Board Member McPherson. Yes. Board Member Maloney. Yes. Board Member Quirk. Aye. Board Member Shurton.
Yes.
Board Member Timms. Yes. And Board Member Annunziata.
Approved. Okay, thank you. The next item I will put on the floor, and again, a recorded vote. It will need a mover and a seconder. That is the capital budget. What's the...
So the recommendation is that that the draft 2019 capital budget be be approved as amended to include the following items to be funded from the capital reserve. A, coin-operated washer dryers for Chippewa Conservation Area, $8,000. B, highway recognition for Jordan Harbor, $7,500, and that the Binbrook Conservation Area temporary entrance be funded from the Canada 150 excess funds, $18,000.
Question or comments to that? Member Kasper. Sorry, Member Shurton. Moved by Member Shurton, second by Member Timms. On the floor for question or comments. Member Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have before us the slide deck for a presentation to the Board of Directors on November 21st.
Yes, we do.
Operating and capital. I've asked the board if they have an appetite to see this slide presentation before approving these motions.
So I did ask the board if there was an appetite. I didn't see any hands.
So this is the opportunity to publicly present.
Correct.
The operating and capital budgets as approved by this board, and I would move that the presentation be made for the public and for this board so that we are all aware of what's being passed. We do not all attend the budget steering committees, and I would have expected, and I think we had this debate last year, that the slide presentation would be made public through presentation to this board and give the board a chance to ask questions to it.
Okay, so I'll accept that as a motion on the floor. Do you have a seconder, please? Moved by Member McPherson. All those in favor of discussion? Member Quirk.
Thank you, Chair. Just out of question, the slide deck is posted on the website as part of our minutes, is it not? Yeah, thank you.
Any other question or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is defeated. Again, Member Timms, it is available to the public on the website and to this board if there's any question or comments. Back to the original motion. Any other question or comments? Member Quirk.
Thank you, Chair. And again, just with respect to the capital budget that is in front of you, it does represent an investment of over $1.5 million in capital projects across the watershed. Significant amount of that is being funded through the special levy from Niagara, with the works going into mostly to a lot of our the investment that we saw being required in our revenue generating properties, which is excellent to see how we can enhance the experience for the users, as well as a significant amount of money into our passive properties, those that are just enjoyed for the sake of being enjoyed. I am also pleased to see the amount of money through the our new regular levy capital contribution. A lot of that, because we don't have a specific levy directed for Binbrook, is being put towards the Binbrook with the new entrance planning phase being done. With treetop trekking coming to Binbrook, there's going to be a need for some enhancements there, and part of our commitment to that program to enhance that experience. So again, when we look at where we were 4 years ago and where we are now, I am very happy with the work that we have done to provide a significant investment in our capital projects, with only a small dip into the capital reserves for those items that were identified, specifically the highway recognition at Jordan Harbor. Thank you, Member Timms, for that suggestion, because it is a fantastic jewel of part of our properties, but it's kind of hidden by the QEW. So seeing it from the QEW and taking advantage of it there is a great idea. And then the last item, or the other item for the washer and dryer at Chippewa, is purely a request from the long-term campers there, but it is also a revenue generator for us because of the it should have a very quick payback on the usage of the coin-operated facilities there. And the price is high, but remember that we need commercial quality washers and dryers for the amount of work that they do.
Thank you, Member Quirk, for that. Any other question or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. It is a recorded vote. If we can poll the membership.
Board Member Beatty? Board Member Beatty? Board Member Campion? Board Member DeFruscio? Board Member Joyner?
In favor.
Board Member Kaspersets? In favor. Board Member McPherson? Maloney's out of the... Board Member Quirk? Board Member Shurton?
In favor.
Board Member Timms?
Yes.
And Board Chair Annunziata?
Yes. And that carries. Thank you. The next item that we will put on is the draft 2019 operating budget. Save and accept the $140,089 that we've of unallocated funds that we've passed on to the new board. Any question or comments to that, member? Yeah, moved by Member Quirk, seconded by Member Joyner. Questions or comments? Seeing none, again, another recorded vote. If Lisa, you can poll the membership.
That the draft operating budget be approved. You know what, sorry, I'm just taking out the 140. So that the draft operating budget be approved and that the CAO report, oh no, and that's a moot point too. So it's just that the draft operating report be approved, save and accept the $140,089 in unallocated funds. That's actually the next, that's the last bullet point. The levy, are you talking about the levy? Yeah, that's a separate vote.
Sorry.
Is it?
No,
Yeah.
my apologies. Sorry, with respect to the wording of the motion, I actually think the actual approval is to contribute the $140,089 to the operating reserve. That's what the result of our referral is. It has to stay in the budget, but it gets added to the operating reserve.
Okay, so was that the intent of the motion? Member Beatty, I'll look to you. You referred that portion, the unallocated amount, $140,089, you referred it, I think your wording was you referred it to the new
Yes, but we have to park, and Mr. Quirk is quite correct, we have to park it somewhere. And
Okay.
that's the appropriate place to park it.
Okay.
But I believe on the capital budget, part of that motion was that we would send it to the participating municipalities. Why isn't that the same format with the operating budget?
Well, it should be, you're right.
So can we have the motion again, please?
Yep.
I'd like to know what I'm voting against.
Yep, so I'll, I'll read it out for you. I got it here. Okay, so with respect to the, this is the operating, correct? Okay, that the draft operating budget be approved, save and accept the $140,089, and that it be forwarded to the participating municipalities in accordance with Section 2.1B of Ontario Regulation 670-00. Okay. Member Quirk, and then Member Kaspersets.
Again, sorry, Chair, I don't want to be pedantic, but the wording that you have just there, save and accept the 140,000, it should actually be, rather than save and accept, should be save and accept the 140,000 that will now be contributed to the operating reserve instead of the identified priorities.
Okay.
I think is the exact wording that we want to incorporate.
Correct. Good? All right. Did you make that correction, Lisa? Member Kaspersets?
Through you, the Chair, seeing as the City of Hamilton is still having a judicial review of the levy proportionment, are we putting aside that increased amount just in case you got to pay it back?
That's a good question. Yes.
Thank you.
The answer from staff is yes.
All right, thank you.
All right. So if everyone is clear on that motion, again, I think we've captured the intent that we are approving the draft operating budget. We are parking the $140,089 into operating reserves, and we are forwarding to our levying partners. I will call the question, and again, it will be a recorded vote.
Board Member Beatty? Board Member Beatty? Board Member Campion? Board Member DeFrucio?
Yes.
Board Member Joyner? Board Member Kaspersets?
Not in favor.
Board Member McPherson? Board Member Maloney? Board Member Quirk? Board Member Shurton?
In favor, strongly.
Board Member Timms? Board Chair Annunziata?
Yes. And that carries. Thank you, Board. The last item that we're separating is 6.4, Draft Key Performance Indicators, Operational and Strategic Plan 2018-2021. I'll read the resolution, then I'll need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor, and I'll open up to questions and comments. That the Board received the revised version of the NPCA scorecard, operational and strategic, and that identifying numbers and percentages associated with the lead and lags in the NPCA scorecard, operational and strategic, be referred to the full authority board of 2019 for their consideration. So those are the minutes that we're voting on right now. Any questions? Moved by Member Quirk, seconded by Member Joyner. Question or comments to those key performance indicators? Member Quirk.
Again, just very briefly, I think when we look at the work that we did on our strategic plan for 2018 to 2021, the work did include the desire to have some measurable key performance indicators, and I think when we look at what the Auditor General is suggesting that we measure and be able to clarify the work that we're doing. The work that's been done by staff on their operational side of the key performance indicators is fantastic, and I appreciate the work that the CAO has led us through, or led his staff through to get there. There are some, if you look through the report, there are some identified potential key performance indicators from the board level to manage the strategic plan on a go forward, and I hope the new board will take that under advisement. But we also have to recognize that much like we had the opportunity to reaffirm our direction of the strategic plan, I'm sure the new board will look also to reaffirm or to alter the direction of the strategic plan, and they can then decide what the appropriate key performance indicators are. I will say, though, that the work that we've done on our strategic plan and those KPIs are all in line with the recommendations of the Auditor General's report. So I think we can be very proud of the work that we're handing off to the board. They'll have a much easier time of it.
Okay. Thank you, Member Quirk. Any other question or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question, and again, it will be a recorded vote.
Board Member Beatty? Favor. Board Member Beatty? Favor. Board Member Campion? Board Member DeFrucio?
Yes.
Board Member Joyner? Favor. Board Member Kaspersets?
Favor.
Board Member McPherson? Yes. Board Member Maloney? Yes. Board Member Quirk? Yes. Board Member Shurton?
Favor.
Board Member Timms?
Yes.
And Chair Annunziata?
Yes. And that carries. Thank you very much for your patience and your indulgence. The next item on the agenda is 6.1.3, Audit Committee Minutes. Hopefully the board has had a chance to review those. Are there any questions or concerns with November 14th, 2018 Audit Committee Minutes? Questions or concerns? Seeing none, I'll need a mover and a seconder for the following resolution: that the minutes of the Audit Committee of the meeting held on November 14th, 2018 be received as and the following recommendation be approved: that the KPMG audit planning report for the year ended December 31st, 2018 be approved as presented. Mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Member Kaspersets, seconded by Member McPherson. Question or comments? Member Beatty.
Are we now approving the KPIs twice?
No, this is the KPMG audit. This is the year-over-year audit.
All right, I'm on the wrong page. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Any other question or comments? Seeing, Member Quirk, go ahead.
Again, Chair, I will be very brief because there is a very significant package of the audit plan, but all the audit committee was doing was approving the 2018 audit plan, and it's pretty straightforward, not a lot of significant changes from last time, and I think we were very pleased with the work that the audit committee has done working with our new auditors. You'll recall that when we took over as board, there was a series of identified issues in our management response letter, and I was pleased with the work that staff and this board has done to bring that number of areas of concern down to 0 in our last audit report, and I'm hoping that this continues on and they see the progression we have made to make sure that the organization has its act in order. And I was also pleased from our auditor saying after reviewing the Auditor General's report, he actually had no concerns of our financial situation at all either. So that's good news.
Okay, thank you for that. Seeing no other question or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. The last, is it the last item? Not quite the last item under business is 6.14, the balance of the Budget Steering Committee minutes. Are there any questions or concerns with the November 6th and November 7th Budget Committee minutes? Any question or concerns with those minutes? Seeing none, I'll need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Member Timms, seconded by Member Beattie, that the minutes of the Budget Steering Committee of the meetings held on November 6th and 7th, 2018 be received for information. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. At this time, I will be, when we change the agenda, so we're going to add the AG's report right now, and the motion I will be putting on the floor is that the AG, the Auditor General's report, and the recommendations contained therein be received. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Member Beattie, seconded by Member DeFrucio. That report is on the floor for question or comments. Member Beattie.
Should that motion not be received and implemented?
Well, the recommendations are that we accept.
Have we ever passed that we should proceed? I know staff is proceeding with it because we have a report on it.
Correct.
But has this board ever passed a motion that says we should implement the AG's report?
So procedurally, we are receiving the Auditor General's report. Contained therein are the recommendations and our responses to those recommendations. So to your point, I think our recommendations are captured with respect to being in 100% agreement with those recommendations. So I think it's redundant, but I mean, if you want to put language in there, Member Beattie, but
on behalf of the Hamilton taxpayer, I just want to make sure that the AG report goes forward to the next board and that it be implemented. I don't want anything dropped because it's a good report.
So once this board receives it, it will become a resource for staff and certainly the next board to utilize. As you can see with respect to the next motion, there are progress updates that this board will be committing to. So again, it will be a tool and a resource moving forward. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, not totally, but I'll accept it.
Okay. So again, the motion on the floor is that the AG report be received along with the recommendations contained therein. Any other question or comments? Member Beattie.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to follow through with my colleague from Hamilton. The public has not verbally heard from us as to what a response is. We know we sat here for a full day in cooperation with the Attorney General's staff and mutually, cooperatively, worked out a plan for reaching excellence across the board. I think we need to say that in this motion. So I would come back to you and ask that you do include the word and support the recommendations included therein.
Okay, I will accept that as a friendly amendment to the motion. Seconded by Member Beattie. So again, it is friendly, so there is no vote required. And again, any other question or comments to the amended motion? So again, maybe Lisa, if you want to read that out real quickly for the board, because Member Beattie likes to know what he's voting on.
Through you, Chair. So the recommendation is that the Auditor General of Ontario report be received and that the NPCA Full Authority Board support the recommendations contained therein.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Recorded vote has been called for. Lisa, if you want to poll the membership.
Board Member Beattie? Board Member Beattie? Yes. Board Member Campion? Yes. Board Member DeFrucio? Yes. Board Member Joyner?
In favor.
Board Member Kaspersatz? Board Member McPherson? Board Member Maloney? Board Member Quirk? Board Member Shurton?
In favor.
Board Member Timms? And Chair Annunziata?
Yes. Thank you for that. The next item on the agenda under reports is 6.2.1, status update, Auditor General of Ontario recommendations. So at this time, I will need a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor, and at that time, I will entertain question or comments. So moved by Member Timms, seconded by Member Kaspersatz. That report number 6518, respecting the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, NPCA response and actions taken in response to the Auditor General's recommendations be received, and that the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Chief Administrative Officer, Secretary Treasurer be directed to provide quarterly updates regarding progress made in addressing the Auditor General's recommendations. So that report is on the floor for question or comments. If you want to hold your questions until Mr. Brickle's had a chance to speak to the report. Mr. Brickle.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity, as per your direction, to actually prepare a report that outlines the progress we've made. We do welcome the recommendations from the Auditor General. There's a total of 24 recommendations, 6 of which are directed to the Ministry, 4 to the NPCA Board, and the remaining 14 to NPCA Operations. As you'll see in the report, we are responding to every single one of these, but we've also given you essentially a progress chart where you can track each one of the initiatives to find out whether we've initiated it, whether we're underway, or whether we've completed it. You'll note that we've already completed 5, 8, 9, I believe there's 9 completed items in there. And then at least every other one is initiated and underway, except for those that specifically are really about how the new board responds. So we have to wait to see that, in fact, they're going to adhere to the code of conduct and things of that manner. So that's all there. It's all charted for you. It's all broken down. And I actually think when you take a look at the recommendations, it reads very differently than the Auditor General report itself. These are pretty straightforward recommendations, most of which we were moving on already, and we're happy to move on. We agree that upon implementing these recommendations fully, we'll be that much better. But as an organization, we're well poised to act on these. Hopefully the new board will confirm those dollars that you put forward to them, because that, again, create strong action against 2 of the recommendations in this report, and so hopefully that board will embrace those recommendations and put those dollars into the budget. But really, when you actually look at the actual recommendations and separate them out from the report, where you get a lot of the narrative and a lot of the other stuff, they're very straightforward recommendations, and we really are moving very aggressively to implement them, but we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brickle. Any question or comments? Member Beatty.
Yeah, sorry, I hadn't taken the time to pre-read this, but can you just ask the question, is there a plan for quarterly or perhaps twice annual reports going to the new board and to the public at large?
So that is captured in the motion.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and completion date? In terms of expectation of conclusion, will there be a wrap-up meeting with staff from the AG's office?
Again, that's probably contingent on the direction of the new board, so I don't know if that's something that this board can answer, or even our CEO, but Mark, if you want to have a go.
Thank you. I believe the AG has indicated they're going to come back basically in 2 years to see that we've implemented, but not just implemented, carried it on. We will be providing quarterly reports going forward to chart our progress and to make sure. We have a great visual representation, so you'll actually be able to monitor it really closely.
Okay, that's good. And I would recommend that we give some consideration, perhaps consultation with Conservation Ontario about reporting back to our fellow members across that, perhaps as part of the biennial tour, but not necessarily in that location.
Yeah, Mr. Brickle.
Thank you, Chair. To that, we have already actually addressed the issues that were raised for the Ministry and Conservation Ontario to contemplate directly at a meeting of the CAOs and GMs from conservation authorities across Ontario. They are now fully engaged in the process, as is the Ministry as well.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the report? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, 6.2.2, options for the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Full Authority Board Draft 2019 Proposed Meeting Schedule, and that is report number 72-18. Hopefully the board has a chance to look at that. I will need a mover and a seconder to put that on the floor. Moved by Member Sherton, seconded by Member McPherson. Questions or comments? Member Sherton.
Well, with knowing at least 8 new members are going to be appointed, and actually it could be a whole new board, I would suggest, and maybe for staff, they need to have it slotted, but have the first full one in January and then decide from there. Like, I don't know, like, how is the flexibility going to be if the new board wants to change this? I guess that would be my question.
Okay, so I'm going to defer that question to the clerk. And Lisa, maybe you want to speak to, how meetings are scheduled and the challenges that we're...
Through you, Chair, to the board member. So the report is before you today basically to just clarify planning procedures going forward, but the oncoming board is fully within their right to amend those meeting dates as they see fit.
Member Beattie?
I would refer this document to the new board, please.
Okay. So we have a referral motion on the floor.
Sorry, Chair, point of order.
What's your point of order?
This schedule actually determines when the first meeting is, and you can't have a first meeting until the new board, you can't select a chair to call a meeting. I think at the very least we can't refer the entire report. We have to at the very least set a date for the initial meeting.
Okay. Yeah, so referring it would be out of order because we do need that first meeting date. Member Beattie, I'll look to you. It was your referral?
I'll pull that back and suggest that we have a motion that sets the first 2 meetings in January, one being the board and the other one being the annual. And let the new board set the schedule.
Okay. Could we fit those recommendations within this resolution, or we would vote this one down and I'll entertain a new one coming on the floor?
They're going to want to meet monthly.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lisa.
Through you, Chair.
So right now, the motion is on the floor, but we're entertaining an amendment to that motion, and that amendment is being read out right now.
So through you, Chair, that report number 7218, respecting options for the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Full Authority Board Draft 2019 Proposed Meeting Schedule be received as amended, that the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Board of Directors identify the first 2 meetings identify and approve the first 2 meetings of 2019, and that the clerk be directed to ensure that the approved 2019 meeting schedule be referred to the 2018 to 2021 Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority full board for consideration.
Member Beattie?
Right on.
That was pretty good off the cuff, though. Seconded by Member McPherson. Okay, seconded by Member McPherson. Member McPherson, I'll go to you for a question.
So my question would be to the CAO and the staff, and really, this is a question of is this enough to move along the business of the NPCA? Is there a reason that we're moving away from a monthly meeting and moving to a bi-monthly or quarterly meeting? And does that provide for answers you need from the board to carry on the business of the NPCA?
Go ahead, Mr. Brickell.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Obviously, it doesn't provide us any guidance for the year ahead, but that would be expected in a transition year, moving from one board to another. So that is for the, and I quite appreciate that the new board will want to determine their meeting schedule and how often they meet. From a staff perspective and partially in response to the AG report, I think this sets up, from the staff perspective, I think it's quite remarkable how much work we can get done when we don't have board meetings every month. And we didn't have that this year. We had 3 or 4 meetings that got canceled along the way. And it really allows staff to get a whole lot of work done, because we kind of lose a week and a half in that reporting process when we have to report upon every single thing we're doing. And so it creates a challenge that way. So we put that forward as an option. But obviously it's for the board to actually determine that.
I guess to your point, it all depends on how much involvement and oversight the board suggests is appropriate with respect to the meeting schedule. Okay. Any other question or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amended motion, opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. 6.2.3, Conservation Area Rates and Fee Schedule 2019. That is report number 73-18. I will need a mover and a seconder for the following: that report number 73-18, respecting the Conservation Area Rates and Fee Schedule 2019, be received, and that the 2019 Conservation Area Fee Schedule outlined in Appendix 1 of report number 7318 be approved. Moved by Member Timms, seconded by Member Casper-Setz. Questions or comments to the fee schedule? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. 6.2.4, Trail Maintenance Agreement with Glen Conservation Committee. That report number 7418, respecting the draft Trail Maintenance Agreement with Glen Conservation Committee, be received, and that staff be authorized to execute the draft 3-year Trail Maintenance Agreement attached to report 7418 as Appendix 1 with the Glen Conservation Committee regarding the Tyneside Trail at Binbrook Conservation Area. Moved by Member Beattie, seconded by Member Casper-Setz. Questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. Member Beattie.
I neglected when we were going through the agenda there was a request to put a walk-on verbal report on the foundation.
Okay.
And I forgot, is it there? A later point?
Yep.
Okay.
It's under your business.
Thank you then.
Okay. Yeah, Member Shurton.
And I would have noticed this earlier, but why is new business followed after in camera? Like, most people are going to be gone. I think a new business should have been ahead of going into camera.
Yeah, we give the board.
I messed that up.
Yeah.
I messed that up.
Understand.
I didn't look at that last page.
Yeah.
I thought in business and camera, I'm so used to that being last.
Yeah.
That.
Well, yeah, and we've had those questions before. And we give the board an opportunity to adjust or amend the agenda and move those items up. But yeah.
But the question is, why isn't new business before in camera? Is the question.
Again, it's the appetite of the board under our procedural bylaw. I mean, if we want to adjust the agenda moving forward, then we can, adjust that and make it permanent. But again, maybe we'll save that for the new board.
Through the chair, do we want to move it forward? Because I know Mr. Timms has some items he wants to talk about. I do, Mr. Shurton.
Well, again, that time has passed, but I mean, we could take leave of the procedural bylaw and go back in time, but I think for now, again, the membership had full opportunity to amend and adjust. We didn't do it. Let's stick to the agenda right now. So the first item is business in camera. So I will need a motion to move into closed session. And I'm going to read out the following first, and then I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder. That the NPCA full authority meeting do now move into closed session for the purposes of a matter respecting labor relations, human resources, employee negotiations, a verbal update, a matter respecting a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the NPCA, a matter respecting a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the NPCA, and a matter respecting solicitor-client advice, a verbal update. Can I get a mover and a seconder to go into closed session, please? Moved by Member Timms, second by Member Shurton. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. We will reconvene in closed session. Yeah, we can take a quick little break as well. And if we can clear the gallery. Sorry, and the last issue, a matter respecting solicitor-client advice that we just heard, that was a verbal update. There's no action required for that one as well. Okay, so that concludes all of our closed session and open session business. Under the next agenda item is notice of motion. So are there any additional notices of motion other than Member Kasperset's that's on the agenda? Seeing none? Oh, Member Timms? Yeah, I'll bring that under new business. Yeah, you can bring that forward. So notice of motion that Member Kasperset's, you have the floor.
Hi, so what I'd like to do is bring forward a notice of motion and then move that vote on that notice of motion.
Okay, so in order to bring forward a notice of motion and have the motion voted on, we will need to suspend the rules of procedure, and by, actually, you know, I've looked upon our rules of procedure, and it's by simple majority. It's not by 2/3. So again, it is only under time-sensitive issues. So I will ask the mover, what is the time-sensitive issue that we will need and why we are entertaining waiving the rules of procedure right now?
It's just something that we've been working on for a while now with respect to Indigenous land acknowledgement, and it's something that I want our board to take pride in implementing.
Okay, so the time-sensitive nature is that this may be the last board meeting, and this is something that you've been working on, and I do accept that as time-sensitive. The only question I have is understanding that this is a preamble that you want to start every board meeting of. So I'm going to suggest this is a procedural motion, that it has to be adopted as part of the agenda. And I think that's what the motion is going to speak to. I don't know if you fully captured it within your motion, Member Kasperset's, and maybe I'll turn to the clerk to ask with help. I understand what you know, what it is that you want to accomplish, but as far as amending the agenda, that's what we have to address right now. So again, if you want to speak to that, Member Kasperset's, you still have the floor. But I guess to the board, Member Kasperset's wants to amend the agenda to begin every meeting with a land acknowledgement of our Indigenous partners.
So a lot of you might be wondering what exactly this is. So a territorial land acknowledgement is an act of reconciliation that involves making a statement recognizing the traditional territory of the Indigenous people who call the land home before the arrival of the settlers, and in many cases still do call it their home. And the acknowledgement would be as follows. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority okay, sorry.
Sorry. Moved by Member Kasperset, second by Member Joyner. All those in favor of waiving the rules of procedure? Opposed? And that is carried. You have the floor, Member Kasperset.
So what will actually happen is at the beginning of each one of our meetings, the following statement will be read. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority stands with the Indigenous community in recognizing the importance of stewardship over the natural resources of the area, and also that we would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is party of the Treaty of Lands and Territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations.
Yep. Questions or comments to that motion? Member Shurton and then Member Timms.
Have no problem in doing it. I can see they may be, but I guess my question is, where is the ask coming from? Like, have you had natives ask you that they want this read?
I would say it's a little bit of, I would say that it's a little bit of both. It's been something that I've been personally involved with in bringing forward and talking with other municipalities, not within the Niagara region, but outside. And in seeing firsthand the mayor of St. Catharines follow this, and now the city of Welland are adopting this, it just seems that this is something, and we are a conservation authority, and we are, in a way, as stewards of the lands, and we just want to follow through on formally acknowledging that.
Who had, I was going to Member Timms next and then Member Beatty. Member Timms?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the spirit of the motion, and St. Catharines does a similar thing, and I think St. Catharines recognizes it as the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee. And Member Kasperset specifically mentions the Mississauga. So is there any evidence of maps of whose territory, where, and what? There are many claims, and the motion sounds fairly specific to maybe exclude the Haudenosaunee. I don't know, but I would appreciate that there be some evidence or background for this claim that a board of our nature needs to be a little more informed of. And hopefully the new board will be provided with some kind of background as the difference. And before I yield the floor, I just would ask if Member Kasperset can explain the difference between the Haudenosaunee and the Mississauga and the neutrals that were here before the Haudenosaunee took them out. I guess they were smart enough not to sign any kind of treaty. They just took them out. So the history books are kind of vague on whose heritage. And the last point, recognizing that they were here first is fine, but recognizing treaty rights is a very much more technical and with much more consequence than recognizing the history. So first of all, the difference between Haudenosaunee and the Mississauga, I think he's prepared for that.
Okay.
So I've had, thank you, Chair and Mr. Tim. So I've had some conversations with various chiefs from First Nations out in Ohsweken, and when we initially ran this by, we looked at naming all the different Haudenosaunee, Métis, and everything else, and that becomes quite difficult, and that's where we came up with the phrase Indigenous community, because that captures all of them. Okay. To your second part, what we're acknowledging is the treaty that the government issued in 1781 with respect to the Niagara lands, and I do have a map of it, and I can show you. But we're acknowledging basically the treaty agreement between the Government of Canada and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations, Treaty of 1781. So we're not acknowledging any previous land claims. We're not acknowledging any post-land claims. We're acknowledging that they were the first treaty that was issued by the Government of Canada in 1781. And that's what the second part of this does. It's not recognizing, it's just simply saying, this is how it is according to the books.
Okay, so the St. Catharines. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The St. Catharines reference to the Haudenosaunee, how do they fit into this?
The Haudenosaunee are captured in this as the Indigenous community. Okay, the Mississaugas of the first credit are partial of the Haudenosaunee.
Okay, well, thank you. That's helpful. Yeah. And I appreciate if that could be provided to the new board, as they're going to be the ones to enact this kind of proclamation, that they have a full report on the substantial meaning of this declaration.
Member Quirk, and then I'll provide my comments.
So my point is, I would support the, excuse me, I would 100% support the motion to include the acknowledgement as part of the procedural bylaw and the agenda management, but I also think we should, I'm not making this motion, but we should defer the actual wording of it until we can do the proper research. Because the other thing that does cross my mind is we do meet in different parts of Niagara, so we got to make sure that our thing is inclusive for all the treaty organizations at different locations, so that there's some sort of acknowledgement that is, and the wording is appropriate.
So just to address that again, the entire Niagara region is covered under the 1781 treaty. It doesn't matter whether the meeting's held in Welland or in Jordan or in St. Catharines, it's all encompassed under one.
So
there are not compete. We're acknowledging the first treaty, which is the Treaty with the Sagas in 1781. There's multiple treaties after years, but there as the original treaty holder, just the original treaty holder. Now, if for some reason you don't like the second part in acknowledging the Mississaugas, I'm more than willing to go with the first, that the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority stands with our Indigenous community and recognize the importance of stewardship over the natural resource of the area. That I would like to get past today.
Okay, so so with respect to moving forward with some advice to this board. Okay, now I've had many conversations over the past 2 years, and I know there's a distinction between Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis. And depending on who your audience is and who you're talking to, they're very mindful of those distinctions. Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis, especially here in Niagara. So that would be my first point. My second point, and I do concur with Member Quirk, that I think if it's the appetite of this board to put something on the agenda that recognizes our Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis partners, I think that's absolutely appropriate. But to your point about having that first portion, and I don't think anyone is going to disagree with that, Member Casper says, but if it is truly a land acknowledgement, then I do believe, though, you need a little bit of research and you need to define who you are acknowledging with respect to the lands. So I just want to make that point.
Okay.
So perhaps, yes, absolutely that first portion, and that may be the preamble to an opening, but there has to be a part of that land acknowledgement. You're going to have to acknowledge those three distinct partners somewhere in that motion.
So I wouldn't have a problem if we take out the Indigenous community and put in First Nations, Métis, and
well, it'd be Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis.
Correct. So if you want to make, I have no problem making that amendment.
Oh, okay. So I'm just trying to capture. So again, I mean, we're actually formalizing language that's going to survive this board and move forward. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, my suggestion is that support the first one if you like today. However, staff would be happy to work with Member Casper or any other board members to work out the specific language and provide a board report that gives you a specific, clear rationale, if you like.
So.
We do have a meeting in December. Again, it's all contingent upon agenda items populating the agenda, and if that I'll work with staff to see if there's enough items on the agenda to hold a December board meeting. But yes, we do have one scheduled. It could, correct.
So just to interject, I have worked with some staff at the NPCA who had attended a Conservation Ontario workshop on this, and we were quite cognizant of the aspect of listing the Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis, and we had settled on Indigenous community. And when I spoke to an individual, an elder, with First Nations, they were quite comfortable in the Indigenous community and not listing all three of them. So if you want to list all three of them, that's fine. But again, if you're looking for comments back, I don't have a problem in changing that.
Well, add to that, in terms of doing some background, to add the Anishinaabe as well, often heard in terms, and I would recommend for staff follow-through consideration of just purchasing a display map in terms of identifying the various tribes, First Nations that were in our territory. It's readily available, fairly minimal cost, etc. Might be something valuable to place next to the Métis sash that's out there.
Okay.
Hearing, and I'll look to the mover of the motion, Member Kaspersets, and I know he's worked very hard on this, is if we can ratify a position by this board to move forward by adopting a land acknowledgement at the beginning of our agenda. That would be the first point I would make, and I would put that to the board. The second point is to craft language that that captures your intent and includes all the partners within that land acknowledgement. And maybe that's something that staff can work with you on, and that can come back in December as far as that language goes. Would that be appropriate as the mover? If not, then it's your motion. You can put it on the floor, and the board will vote on it as is, and that's up to you as well.
I would like to just go forward with this motion. We can change the Indigenous community to reflect the other parties.
Okay.
That's the will of everyone.
Okay. So you have a mover for this, right? And it was seconded by, who was your seconder? Member Joyner, I think. Was it Doug? Okay.
That was actually, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Through you, Chair. That was actually to waive the rules, so we have
Okay.
mover and Casper sets, but
So,
we haven't gotten a second.
so as it stands now, we're going to basically say that Niagara Falls Conservation Authority stands with our Indigenous community and recognize the importance of stewardship of the natural resources of the area.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest then that the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority stands with our Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis, recognizing the importance and sound stewardship of natural resources of that area. So that is the motion that's on the floor presently. Any other question or comments to that before I call the question? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And the agenda moving forward will reflect that land acknowledgement. It's actually not really a land acknowledgement, but it'll recognize the partnership. Okay. New business, Niagara Peninsula Conservation Foundation funding update. I will turn to Member Beatty. Forwarding funding. I'll redirect them.
Guideline is there for large established charities, and the reason it's there is to prevent those charities from having great honorarium or salaries for board members, etc. Some large corporations have done. It doesn't apply to a small organization. That was communicated in media, but not well transferred over to the public at large. So it's a case where, while the 35% CRA guideline is there for charities, it is meant to be for large and established charities, not for one that's ours. And to give you actually background, we have in this term, since the last 18 months, we have expended funds for the first time hiring a part-time staff member. Formerly, that was part of the NPCA organization. We secondly had legal costs because we expanded our mandate as a foundation. Not solely do we raise funds for the NPCA, we also do for scholarships and bursaries for those going into environmental studies. We also increase it in terms of summer camps for underprivileged children, and also for projects related to conservation authorities not part of NPCA. And we've done 2 of those, to Glenbrook and to Fort Erie in the last year. Because we extended our mandate, we had to get legal advice in terms of updating our letters of patent. And I think you're all aware that we hired a consultant, an expert in the field, in terms of having recently hired from the Niagara Foundation to guide us in terms of establishing best practice. We're at the verge with our last meeting coming up within a week's time in terms of doing an outreach to have a breakfast meeting with a number of people from the corporate community. Hopefully 12 to 15 people have been invited and will respond, looking to populate the corporate side of the foundation with corporate members, not members from the NPCA. That we'll still have a relationship, but will be an arm's length relationship. So I hope that gives you some background for people who may have been observant of that article that was critical of the foundation, but there's reasons to substantiate it. The legal costs, the staffing costs, basically the consultant costs in terms of moving forward to best practice. And if you weren't aware of it, there was an opening at our neighborhood winery behind us here, new owner, and they just released the Balls Falls red wine. It's a blend, I understand, and 10% of the proceeds of each bottle of that wine that are sold are going to be directed back to the foundation. That's a really great, sustainable bit of information, and I think that's the direction we should be going in the future. So those that are on the foundation board asked to be there, present, so we have quorum for our final meeting of the year, and hopefully in terms of a good response to the invitation to the corporate world to attend a meeting to move the foundation forward. Thank you. Take any questions.
Yep, appreciate those comments. And what I would direct you to do, Member Beatty, is if you can formalize all those comments and any information that you wish to pass on to the board, formalize them within the minutes of the foundation board, and that will be passed on, and they will be adopted part of our regular agenda. Okay? Any other questions for Member Beatty or any other new business? Member Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did have this discussion earlier, but the staff or the recommended motion I want to put on the floor now is about the neonicotinoids issue. That staff be directed to prepare a report for the 2018-2021 NPCA Board's consideration that identifies the cost to the NPCA of testing the levels of the neonicotinoid-related toxins in area municipalities within the watershed, and that based on that costing being identified, the NPCA Board and staff work together with Niagara Regional Public Health, the Ministry of Environment, and area municipalities to address budget impacts and next steps.
Yes, or any other ministry that has a direct or indirect interest in the health of the watershed, I guess.
Perfect addition, thank you.
All right.
I need a seconder.
Yep, seconder, Member Kaspersets. We will take that as staff direction. Okay, all right. Again, putting motions on the floor. Okay, yeah, and I did give him leeway to bring it forward under new business. So you know what? I'll rule it in order. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you, Member Timms, for bringing that forward. Yep, Member Beatty.
I ask that that motion be forwarded for the next meeting of the Source Water Protection Committee, and I believe that's next Tuesday.
I think that's appropriate as well. Yeah, so for source water protection. Okay, thank you. Any other new business? Member Shurton.
I just stayed here just to be with you guys for, it isn't not Thursday yet. Anyways, I just hoping the CEO can provide me an update. I understand there was an application that was submitted. I don't know if it was successful. It was put in through a group known as the Dunville Rotary Club on behalf of this association down in the Long Beach, or Low Banks, it's known as High Banks in the Low Banks area, believe it or not, where this erosion issue has caused some people to have to leave their properties. So if the CEO maybe could provide an update and let us know what other options we have. Thanks.
CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the preliminary assessment of that proposal suggested that it did not fully line with the program for which they are applying. However, that program has been undersubscribed, and we still do have some dollars that would be generally applicable to that area. If you like, staff, if it's the direction of the board, staff would be willing to prepare a report on that specific proposal and provide recommendations as to what we could or could not do, or at least provide options for the board to consider.
Well, I appreciate that update. I think it's more important for the group to realize that. So has my understanding, Mr. Jansen, Chuck Jansen, who came here with his wife Lori to give a presentation probably in the summer, actually it might have been May, yeah, it might have been June, anyways, or July. If you could have a conversation or an update with him, what he needs to do to proceed, I think it's more important for the group to be informed as well as us, but and how they might be able to achieve this funding with another application or tweak it or whatever. So that would be appropriate, and maybe CC me on it currently. That would be great.
Okay, so that's direction to staff and our CAO, and to make sure that our member representative is included in that communique. Any other new business? Seeing none, I'll ask for an adjournment. Moved by Member Shurton, second by Member Kaspersets. All in favor? We are adjourned.